Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. I am Mike Sotak. I am the organizer of this very unorganized event, and I thank you for coming out this afternoon on a middle of the beautiful day in April to join us again. Great to see so many people in the house. How many people is there first TEDx? Ooh, a lot. How many people have been to more than one? Good, you my peeps. All right. Great to see our TEDx groupies here. This is our 12th edition of TEDxCharleston. Anybody at the first one? Ooh, a few, wow. 2013 at Pure Theater, 99 people attended. So that's all we could hold at that time. So anyway, we've grown, it's become a great tradition here, and I'm glad to see so many repeat people and so many newcomers too, first-time people. Awesome to see you. As you know, TED in general is about ideas worth spreading, and Charleston people have a ton of great ideas, and you're going to hear from a bunch of them today. So that's the beauty of TEDxCharleston. It consists of local people talking about some local ideas, some global ideas, and I hope everybody takes something away from at least one of the speakers, but hopefully they all inspire you, make you think differently about things, and just generally entertain you. We've got some great entertainment on tap for you as well. So you're probably wondering who all these great people are that are in the house today. Instead of programs, we have digital programs, so all of you should have received a magic wristband today. On that magic wristband is exactly that code. So if you have one of these, I know not many of you do, you can just point it at your thing, at your wristband, get the code, and away you go. You'll see the lineup of speakers. The other purpose of this wristband, if any and all of you care to join us at our after party across the street, this will get you access to that. And with any luck, you might even get a free drink, and you'll definitely get some great food, which I'll talk about in a second. Before I do that, I'm going to indoctrinate the indoctrinated as to what TEDx is. For those of you who've seen this video, bear with it, it's short, but it's from the grandmaster of TED himself, Chris Anderson, the man who started TED many, many years ago and has made it a major media franchise, of which we are just one small part. So cue the video, and this is TEDx.
Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
Great. All right. I would just want to say a few thank yous before we get started and turn over to our MCs for this year. Thank you to our sponsors. Google is our lead sponsor this year again. Thank you, Google. We also have received very generous support from Dominion Energy, the Conservation Voters of South Carolina Education Fund, who are set up in the lobby, really great organization talking about sustainability and how people can get educated on that. Bank of South Carolina, the official bank of TEDxCharleston. Post and Courier, I think we got some Post and Courier people in the house. Yeah, no, okay. Wired Island, which is my company, a digital marketing company. Musselman Construction, who builds a lot of stuff around town. And the great Sewell and Renee Kahn, who are also on our coaching team. Thank you for your support. We've got a lot of production support and in-kind support from various entities, including, and our big shout out to our host, The Charleston Music Hall has been our host ever since we outgrew Pure Theater. These guys do a great job. Thank you, Charles, and the whole technical team that help us, the front of the house team, everybody. In-kind sponsors, we've got some treats and snacks out front for you and various things from some in-kind sponsors. Supporting sponsors who help us with the various aspects of the event. Great team of community organizations and companies that help us out every year. This afternoon, at the end of the event, you're going to get a taste of Charleston at our after party at the Share House, which is right down the alley. Some really great tasting stations from 10 great restaurants in the Charleston area. So if you can stick around for that, that alone is worth the price of admission. Next, I want to thank our team. As the video said, all volunteer team runs TEDx every year. It consists of somewhere around 50 people, from the army of people you met in the front of the house wearing black t-shirts like mine, to the production people headed up by our beautiful man, Greg Magnuson and Sandy Morkel. That you won't believe what goes on behind the scenes there. Our marketing team, Deb Munson ran that this year. Our selection team, who started literally last summer selecting the people you're about to see for the next couple hours. And most importantly, in my mind, are the coaches. They're up there in the VIP section, headed up by Sul Khan, but the whole team of eight to 10 of them up there are the ones that have been working with our speakers and performers for the last 3 months to get them ready to stand on this very dot. So hopefully you will appreciate the fruits of their labor. Finally, you guys are what makes TEDx fun. It's a community event. This stage is meant for people from Charleston, so anybody who has a big idea can stand right where I'm standing next year. All you have to do is apply, get through the selection committee, deal with these coaches for 3 months, and then you can be here. It's a piece of cake. Okay, now to drive to the show for the rest of the day, I've got two of the most talented people in the Charleston entertainment scene. Talk about Thrive, which is our theme. Zandrina and Stephen are Thrive personified. They're everywhere. They're entertainers. They're media personalities. They're event producers. I won't steal their thunder. I'll let them describe exactly what they are. But I can't be more pleased to have both of them. They're former TEDx performers. Zandrina also selects the performers for the show, so she's intimately involved. But this year, she's going to actually run the show. So without further ado, I bring on Zandrina Dunning and Stephen Washington, who will be your guides for the rest of the day.
Hey, TEDx 25.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going?
Oh, y'all are quiet.
I know.
It's all right. As the day progresses, you'll get a little louder. I assure you, you're here for your people, and I get it. I get it. All right. 3 years ago, Stephen and I joined the TEDx fam. We slid right on in when they asked us to create and perform the theme song for TEDx 2022. Was anybody here then? 22? Cascade?
That's right.
All right, I would have had them play the song, but we're not going to do that today.
Don't do it.
But we thought it was a one-time gig, but it turns out they really like us.
Yeah.
So we're back. We're older. We're wiser.
A little
We're
bit.
slightly undercaffeinated.
Undercaffeinated. Definitely.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this. My name is Zandrina Dunning. I'm a vocalist. I'm a talk show and radio show host, executive artistic director, and for TEDxCharleston, I am your performance chair.
Hi, and I'm Stephen Washington. I am an arranger, songwriter, producer, all those things in between.
And together we're the ZD Experience, your production hub for all things soulful, creative, and connective.
That's right. We help artists, businesses, we help entrepreneurs. We help them tell their stories through music, through art, through conversations, and even live events.
That's right. That's right. Our mission is to amplify voices, create real relationships, and leave a lasting impact on the communities and the individuals we serve.
That's right. How many of y'all have had an interesting year so far? It's been interesting, right? How many of you guys feel like you're just kind of in survival mode just a little bit? So many things are going on. But I believe today, and I want you guys to get excited, I believe today that we've all gathered here in Charleston, South Carolina, regardless of the weather, regardless of all the topsy-turviness that's going on in the world, I believe that we are ready to thrive like never before. Is there anybody in here that's ready to thrive like never before? That when you leave this place today, you're going to leave here better and ready to thrive. I don't know about you, but I'm excited about today,
Yes,
Zandrina.
me too. Me too,
I'm excited.
Stephen.
So let's go ahead and let's get this show right along. You guys ready? All right, we're going to get this show right along. We're going to start with the stage artist. Is that right?
Yes,
Let's
we
do
have
it.
some amazing pieces on the stage, and we're excited to introduce her. So she's born and raised right here in Charleston. Jaira Perkins is a multidisciplinary artist whose work speaks for the soul. Through her creative platform, Ujori Fine Art, she mixes color, texture, and photography into a powerful sensory story.
That's good. She reminds us today that art can enlighten and that collective responsibility can be beautiful. And, little tidbit fact, her mother and my mother are twins.
Ain't that something? Keeping it in the family.
All right.
Yeah.
So I want you guys to please put your hands together for my little cousin who did all this art today, Miss Jaira Perkins. All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jaira Perkins. I am a visual artist, and like they said, I'm born and raised right here in Charleston, South Carolina. I am the owner and founder of Ujori Fine Art, and through my work, I'm constantly experimenting through different media with different colors, patterns, textures, and combining my photography archive to create a sensory experiment, basically through my acrylic paintings. So today with us on stage, I have two pieces. This one over here is titled Seed Folks, and this one here is titled Homegrown. So Seed Folks is all about agriculture and Black-owned farms here and global-wide everywhere. And it pays tributes to one of my favorites here, Fresh Future Farm. Fresh Future Farm is always advocating for food justice in agriculture and making sure they're speaking up about food accessibility. So that's important to me, and I wanted to highlight that in this piece here. And so here, Seed Folks, Homegrown, it's a product of basically Seed Folks. It shows how those shared moments we create at home in the kitchen and just at home, that togetherness with mom and grandma and cooking and shared recipes. And that explains sowing seeds, basically. We're all sowing seeds into each other. So the background here has some fruits and vegetables and some organic shapes that are basically like seeds. So that I wanted to highlight the metaphor, basically, of how we're all sowing into one another through our community. So today, I hope that you all are inspired by my work and through the words of all of our amazing speakers today, to thrive in your own community. Thank you.
Good job, cuz. From flying undercover to helping everyday people, our next presenter was a former federal air marshal, and now she's turned to safety expert. Now she's here to help you feel safe and more confident wherever you are. Now listen, this is not about fear. It's not about fear. This is about awareness. It's about confidence. It's about intuition. And it's about smart decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Glinka. Go, Ashley.
April 15th, 2013. Crowds lined the streets of Boston, cheering on the runners as they crossed the finish line of the Boston Marathon. Excitement and celebration filled the air. Boom! 2 bombs exploded, shattering the moment. In the aftermath, investigators uncovered missed warning signs, backpacks left unattended, individuals behaving strangely, and prior intelligence reports that weren't fully acted on. The clues were there, but they were overlooked, a critical lapse of situational intelligence. Now imagine you're walking down the street, lost in your thoughts, maybe even scrolling through your phone, when suddenly you feel it. It's the prickle at the back of your neck, the tightening of your stomach. You glance up and you notice someone too close, their eyes scanning for an opportunity. Your instinct screams at you, move, create space, maybe even cross the street. that moment of action, that's your superpower at work. Criminals can tell when someone isn't paying attention. In 1981, researchers conducted a study where they filmed everyday people just walking along the sidewalk in Times Square. They then took that footage and they showed it to violent prisoners. They asked them, choose your potential victim. They were shocked at the response because these prisoners didn't choose based off age, size, gender. No, their selections were based on nonverbal cues. Those who appeared distracted, hesitant, were chosen time and again, while the ones who walked with confidence and awareness, they were largely ignored. This tells us something critical. Your body language, your awareness, and your ability to interpret the environment around you can drastically affect your safety. As a federal air marshal, I had to be a master at situational intelligence. I spent years flying millions of miles undercover, navigating airports and other high-risk environments, all to protect national security. I had to detect a threat before it materialized. I had to be able to read people and my environments quickly, act decisively. But this skill, it's not one that's just for the security professional. No, it's a life skill that we all have. It is your ability to stay one step ahead of danger. It's not about paranoia. It's about perception. And today, I'm going to help you discover how to do that. Going back to that 1981 study, we know criminals, they don't choose their victims at random. When you carry yourself with confidence, when you have your head up and your eyes up, you're sending out a subconscious message. I see what's happening around me. I'm not an easy target. Because criminals prefer easy prey, not people who act and anticipate before an attack. A friend of mine, Sarah, she shared an experience, and it stayed with me. She was leaving her job one night, going to her vehicle in a parking garage. Parking garages, we've all been there. Your footsteps echo. There's shadows in the corner. Never enough lighting. Well, as Sarah was walking to her car, she noticed a van. And she paused. She looked around. Something didn't feel right because this van, it was still running. One of the doors was slightly open. Sarah made a decision to go back inside and have security escort her out. Well, later on, she learned a vehicle matching the description of that van had been used in abduction attempts. That one moment of hesitation, of trusting her instincts, it may have saved Sarah's life. Now, situational intelligence, it's not about not being in dangerous situations. No, it's about noticing those suitable shifts in your environment so you can avoid them before they even start. One way to think about this is most of you have probably heard of situational awareness. Being aware of what's around you, knowing the exits, spotting the backpack that's unattended, recognizing a van that just feels out of place. But situational intelligence takes it further. It's understanding, analyzing, and acting upon those observations. Think of it this way. You're driving down the highway when suddenly brake lights appear. As all good wives do, I alert my husband. There's been a change in our environment. Now, if you only see those brake lights and you do nothing else, you're aware, but are you necessarily prepared? When you see those brake lights, you slow down. You check your mirrors. You look for an escape route before traffic comes to a grinding halt. Awareness allows us to see the warning signs, but intelligence allows us to interpret what we saw and act upon it. This doesn't just affect dangerous, and crime prevention. No, it's something that's going to change your mindset. It shifts you from living in a reactive mindset to a proactive one. And this is going to show up for you everywhere. At work, it may look like noticing your colleagues, shifting body tone, and then being able to adjust your approach before tension escalates. As a mom, I use it all the time to notice early warning signs of frustration in my kids, to avoid those tantrums, or when they were toddlers, the toy aisles at the holidays. When you're traveling, it allows you to feel the crowd shifting energy. And in social settings, you're reading the group dynamic, anticipating the conflict, and also recognizing when someone may need a little extra support. Situational intelligence is not just about life or death. It's about the everyday decisions you make, the ones that affect your day, your relationship, and yes, even your peace of mind. So how do we unlock this skill? There's 3 powerful questions that you need to ask yourself, whether you're traveling, going to the office, or simply grabbing a coffee. Number 1, what's normal here? You just walked into your favorite coffee shop. You know the usual rhythm, the smell of the fresh coffee, the baristas making the drinks, the chatter of the other customers. But today something feels off. There's a guy. He's not scanning the menu. No, he's scanning the room. And that's your first clue. In order to recognize what is abnormal, you have to know what normal is. So when you walk into a place, take 5 seconds and ask yourself, what's normal here? Number 2, what are the vulnerabilities? In that same coffee shop, where are the exits? Are there any blind spots? Is someone studying the bags on the table a little too closely? When you recognize what the vulnerabilities are, you're able to better position yourself and make better choices. So what are the vulnerabilities? And number 3, what's my plan? If that guy in the corner and that laptop case on the table, if that situation suddenly goes sideways, what are you going to do? Having a plan in place before allows you to react with calm instead of panic. Your body won't go where your mind hasn't been. The more often you ask yourself these 3 questions, the sharper your instinct will become until it's just second nature. Situational intelligence is so much more than a safety skill. It's a life skill. And when you embrace it, you will live intentionally, not fearfully. Remembering that 1981 study, criminals don't select their victims at random. They're reading people. The ones who had awareness, largely ignored. Those who walked hesitant, unaware, chosen almost every time. That wasn't just research, it was a wake-up call. What story are you sending as you walk down the sidewalk? Situational intelligence allows you to control that narrative. It shifts you from being a passive observer to an active participant in your own safety and your own success. It is your superpower. So the next time you walk into a room, ask yourself those 3 questions. What's normal here? What are the vulnerabilities? And what's my plan? Because when you do, you won't just survive. You will thrive. Use situational intelligence. Be empowered, and always be safe.
That was amazing, Ashley. So excited. We might be seeing her son, who's a yo-yo champion, on stage next year. Just FYI. Our next speaker has turned a life-threatening injury into a purpose-filled journey, enlightening and informing with every opportunity. Matt Teresco has spent 2 decades championing patients' voices in the healthcare system. He believes the real revolution begins when we put people, not policy, at the center of care. Today, he calls us to imagine a more just, patient-first healthcare system. Matt Teresco, everyone.
Welcome. So on April 5th, 2005, I experienced ultimately a life-changing injury on the lacrosse field at The Ohio State University. For those of you Buckeyes, yes, The Ohio State University. An injury that ultimately should have left me paralyzed from the neck down. I had broken my neck going for a typical ground ball, something I had done thousands of times in practice. Unfortunately, as I lay there on the field, I knew things were very different. I was completely numb. My teammates would describe it as a deer that had been hit by a car. The sounds that I was making, the convulsions, to me it was very different. To me, that entire scenario was almost blank. I could feel nothing, I could hear nothing, and I could see nothing. Again, I knew things were going to be very different. But that was further emphasized a few months later on campus, when an elderly woman came up to me out of nowhere. She grabbed my hands, asked if she could pray for me, and then uttered the following words that have stuck with me ever since. God wanted me to tell you that the only reason you're still walking is that he has a lot left for you to do. I didn't know what that meant. I knew I had some praying to do. But from that moment forward, I used that as strength to move forward into the next phase of my life that I can only describe as healthcare hell. I graduated and went into the healthcare field. And I've been in healthcare for the last 20 years. And the thing that I can tell you is if you look at that image on the right side, that's the US healthcare system. A system where those that know someone or know how to navigate it or have great insurance get the care they need, they get on that fast track. And then there's the about 90 to 95% of us that get stuck in the maze. That was me. Unfortunately, our healthcare system is also one that is geared to 2 main focuses: patient satisfaction and patient outcomes. That completely leaves the issue at hand, the injury, last. It's what can we do? How can we fix it? Let's not talk to the patient. They don't know. That needs to change. Organized medicine, because of those 2 features, is focused on treating the symptoms and not the patient. They're focused on dealing with, in my case, the pain, not the underlying condition, the breakage, or the continued problem of spine slipping that took place. From 2005 until 2022, I had 8 surgeries. Many of them like simple Band-Aids. Not very effective, some causing more pain than necessary. In fact, I had $5 million worth of completely unnecessary surgery. All in all, from 2005 to today, about $20 to $25 million in healthcare spending, just to be standing here in front of you. But that wasn't the problem. The problem were the physicians who always felt that they knew better and they could fix it. My very first cocktail, to give you an idea, included testosterone, anabolic steroids, an estrogen blocker, and to top it all off, OxyContin. 18 years of heavy opiate dependence because that was the treatment algorithm. That can't be the way that we do pain. I don't know about you, but that does not look like a neck, correct? I had 4 elbow surgeries. Overzealous hand surgeons who felt that the numbness and tingling in my hands could be fixed by transfixing the ulnar nerve. never once thinking, where does that nerve come from? Maybe we should check his spine. But through all of this, a light began to shine, a patient advocate. So what's a patient advocate? Well, advocates come in many forms, functions, fashions. You have independent patient advocates, individuals like myself, who are there to walk alongside a patient and their caregivers and their care team to ensure that they get the care that they need. You have disease state groups, of which there are over 20,000 in the United States, geared and devoted directly to a specific disease state to walk with those patients. And then, believe it or not, even in pharma and biotech, I know, the evil companies that we think that they are, will spend anywhere from $25 to $50 million on an annual basis to help reach the patients that don't know that help exists. So where do you find them? How do you get the help that you need? Well, they come in, as I said, they come in many different forms, functions, fashions. The independent patient advocates are certified by the Patient Advocacy Certification Board. So these folks have been through an exam. They've been taught how to navigate health systems, how to navigate insurance companies, how to fight the fights. And sometimes they'll fall into groupings known as coalitions, where you have greater national advocates or the coalition of healthcare advocacy organizations. Those are places that you can find independent advocates in your community for yourselves. You have disease state groups, as I referenced, two noted here, the Diabetes Patient Advocacy Coalition and NORD, the National Organization for Rare Disease. Those are organizations, again, geared towards that specific disease state, there to walk alongside the patient. And because healthcare is so cheap, we even have organizations like PAN and PATH that are strictly devoted to ensuring that you have the funds that you need to fight the healthcare fight that you're in. In my world, my advocate had a hero that didn't look like your normal hero for someone who had broken their spine. Dr. Ali Sharif is a chiropractor. Usually when you break your neck, that's probably the last person you want to see, right? But Dr. Sharif, being a patient advocate first, took the time to slow down, to understand what was I sensing, what was I feeling, where did I want to go, what had I been through? What was that creaking in my neck, that creaking noise in my neck that my spouse had heard? My friends also heard it, but I thought it was normal. I can't exactly tell you the words that came out of his mouth when he heard it, but he knew it wasn't normal. And because of Dr. Sharif, I was able to move forward and get the help that I needed. Again, someone who's been in healthcare for 20 years, I know how to fight these fights, but I was still blinded. I still needed help. And thanks to Dr. Sharif, on May 15th, 2023, I was given a second lease on life. I was given a second opportunity to be the husband I wanted to be the father that I wanted to be. You see, opiates completely change you to your core. They make you a very angry and depressed individual. I had been burning bridges with my family for years. This was a chance to reset. But you see, 6 months prior to surgery, my surgeon told me, before you can do surgery, you need to get off of those opiates. Didn't tell me how, just told me it had to happen, and he wouldn't schedule surgery unless it was done. Thanks to Dr. Sharif, he helped guide me through that process. I was able to recognize that the opiates for me, though I had seen them as second nature and what I needed to get through my day, were just a crutch. And more importantly, I was able to do the work on the relationships in my life that needed it. To date, as I referenced, nearly $20 to $25 million in spending on healthcare. On average in the United States, we spend about $15,000 per patient per year. So all of you young people, thank you. You took some of my spending. But if we're going to move forward in the right direction, we always have to think back on how do we help the patients who need it first. Not how do we focus on the docs, not how do we focus on the hospitals, but how do we get to the patients? And we can do that through patient advocates. I recognized through this journey of self-identification and recognizing if I was able to get through a 13-hour surgery, if I was to survive it. They were going to break my neck in 3 spots. In fact, on the x-ray on the left-hand side, you can see a screw that they couldn't get out, that they had to cut through. That journey of self-discovery before surgery allowed me to understand, what did I want life to look like? What impact did I want to have? How was I going to impact the patient community that I was a part of and not let this happen to others? And I recognized that I was going to have to go all in on myself. I was going to have to start a small business and focus on ensuring that pharma and biotech companies who claim to want to serve the patient community do so. Come alongside of them and ensure that those dollars are spent in the right way, and that that money is utilized to ensure that any patient that needs the help that they have finally recognized is available can get access to it. I now know what that old lady meant all those years ago. If this is all that I'm meant to do, is to share with you the impact of patient advocacy, then so be it. But I still think there's a lot more left. So my advice to you, if you or any of your loved ones find themselves in a life-changing healthcare situation, you don't have to go it alone. There's always a patient advocate. For me, as I said, with Dr. Sharif, I was able to get the surgery I needed. I can't look down, I'll tell you that. My cervical spine is fully fused. But imagine, if I had an advocate all the way back in 2005, maybe today, just maybe, I'd be able to see my toes. Thank you.
What a story. Brenna Lawrence turned her own story of survival into a mission to uplift others. A coach, advocate, and survivor of domestic abuse, she's here to flip the script, putting the responsibility on abusers and giving survivors their power back. Y'all give it up for Brenna Lawrence.
I attended over 200 networking events over the last 2 years, and not once did anyone, anywhere, ask me if I'd ever been punched in the face. But I know that 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have or are currently suffering through domestic violence. So it's in the room. It's in this room right now. We don't want to talk about it. By day, I'm in business development for a large organization. If you're not in sales, that is definitely a sales job. I'm a professional networker. About 2 years ago, I was speaking with the CEO of a domestic violence advocacy group that's been doing good work here in the Low Country for the last 45 years. Towards the end of our conversation, I asked her the question I ask most people I meet with: how can I help? What can I do to support and uplift your mission? Little did I know, but her answer would have a gigantic impact on me. But first, it would piss me off. She told me that year after year, they struggled to get top donors and sponsors. Reason being, people don't want to be associated with domestic violence. There's a stigma attached. Shame feeds the stigma. Shame makes us avoid having difficult conversations when discussing the topic makes us feel icky. The problem is, when the funds run out, so do the resources. That means that there are times when someone reaches out in dire straits, ready to make an exit, and they're turned away. Now, what I understood there was that because domestic violence awareness isn't sexy, like fighting cancer, and it doesn't give us warm fuzzies, like helping puppies, that people, including children, that needed help when it was most important, weren't getting it. That's the part that pissed me off. I left that meeting determined to do something. Remember, I'm in sales. I cold call for a living. Surely I can at least help them raise money. I thought about it a lot over the next few days and weeks. It tugged at me. What are you going to do, Brenna? The idea that somewhere, some people were avoiding difficult conversations because it made them feel feelings bothered me. It bothered me because it actually resulted in a negative financial impact to victims, survivors, and the groups that would support them. It felt like an injustice. Listen, I get it. This stuff is uncomfortable. We don't lead with domestic violence. Who would? Then I had an epiphany. I realized I was part of the problem. I was some people somewhere who didn't want to talk about it because it made me feel feelings. See, when I was 17, my high school sweetheart dumped me, and it broke my heart. He didn't expect that I would move on, and even though we went to different schools, he found out, and he did not like it. He got very jealous. So he called me up and said he had decided to give me a second chance. Oh, that must mean he loves me, right? Later that night, as we were making up, I saw stars for the first time ever. But it wasn't because this was true love's kiss. This was because my boyfriend punched me dead in my face. I had my eyes closed. I was mostly naked when he did it. I was instantly and catastrophically ashamed. Of all the thoughts sprinting through my mind in the moments after, the number one thought was, do not let anyone find out about this. He started listing off all the reasons he did it, why he had to do it. It was definitely my fault, but this was the only way we could move forward. And the move that I made next put me on a path that I would stay on for a decade. I apologized for everything. I apologized for thoughts, feelings, and actions that were my own, of course, but also his and everyone around us. I apologized for all kinds of things I had zero control over. I even apologized for the weather. I thought that I could tolerate and forgive and love it away, and I thought he wouldn't do it again. But I was big wrong. And I learned very quickly that hiding marks and bruises would become a full-time job. I started lying to everyone about everything. I was lying to myself. It led to isolation from friends, family, anything I loved. Domestic violence includes physical, mental, emotional, psychological, sexual, and financial abuse. And I know because I lived it all. I've been body slammed more times than a pro wrestler. More than once, and for different reasons, he would lock me in a closet for hours at a rip. And the worst part of that is that there was no lock on that door. On the eve of my 10-year high school reunion, we weren't actually together. He had his own place. He had a girlfriend, but he refused to let me go. And the more I'd pull away, the tighter his grip got. He dominated my life. He stopped by to let me know he did not want me going to that party. But I was going. And I went. But I went with a cracked rib. Because he threw me over a table, I smashed into a chair. The next night at the reunion, I looked around at people I used to know. They were growing up. They were getting real jobs, buying houses, getting married. Some of them were even starting families. Not me. I was in the exact spot I had been in, on a hamster wheel of shame. I was literally hiding fresh injuries and covering for my abuser still. I didn't tell anyone anything because I was ashamed still. That was a part of my story, a story I never wanted to share with anyone. And let me be clear, I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get to. I have been called to be here. This is bigger than me now. This is my chance to be the voice that I didn't have and that I didn't hear. According to stats, right here in our state, in a 24-hour cycle, 365 domestic violent crimes were reported. In almost 2/3 of the cases, abusers sent the victims to the damn ER because it was necessary. 90% of the attacks saw abusers going after women in one day. As a reference, I called the police exactly once in 10 years. So I can say that the lion's share of these are unreported. It's nice to want to end the stigma and put the shame where it belongs on the abuser, but that doesn't happen by accident. Now, I am not expecting nor suggesting that anyone try to strike up a conversation with, "So, ever been punched in the face?" But we need to stop looking away. We must stop avoiding it. In my experience, if one person had said something as simple as, "I don't care what you did, Brenna, he shouldn't hit you," they would have been the only one. And people knew it was going on. It was evident. It's crazy how many people will just mind their own business when it comes to domestic violence. For me, people avoiding difficult conversations 100% reinforced everything my ex said to me. It aligned perfectly with the narrative that I was worthless and that I was lucky to have him. But I've turned my pain into power. And now I'm giving you 3 ways that you can be a better advocate, because we can all do this. Number 1, if you see something, say something. A mark on an arm, a neck, a black eye, something that your gut says ain't right, say something. Not, "Why don't you leave? Why do you take it?" Instead, "Are you okay? You don't deserve that. Please, let me help you." Number 2, help them find help. It's hard to understand, but when we're neck deep in it, we don't always recognize it. We don't think we're in trouble. We don't think about getting out. But you can Google local domestic violence, and an advocacy shelter or group will pop up, and then you can get your person help. And by the way, you can engage with those groups, because awareness is not just about money and speaking. There is a plethora of ways that you can get involved. You have a skill or a connection that can help them, and they would love to talk to you. Number 3, tell your person how proud you are of them, how brave they are, because speaking out is hard. Tell them they have nothing to be ashamed of, because they need to hear it. It took me getting pissed off at some people somewhere to understand and recognize that it's us. We don't want to talk about it because it makes us feel feelings. But I have just bared my soul, all of it, in front of everyone to give hope to someone out there, because I know that you're out there, and I want you to hear me. When our arms aren't full, holding on to the things that we shouldn't, we can embrace what's actually meant for us, and that's pretty rad. Shame is not yours, it's theirs. It's heavy. Put that shit down.
One more time. Come on, how about it, everybody? Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Are you ready for another one? They're ready for another one. Burn scars run deeper than skin. Dr. Yulia Gavrilova believes that healing from traumatic injuries, means more than just treating the body. You also have to treat the mind as well. With insight and compassion, she sheds light on the overlooked mental health needs of burn survivors. TEDxCharleston, Dr. Yulia Gavrilova.
If pain had a face, it would be covered in burn scars. For me, that face belonged to an 8-year-old boy named Andrew. I met Andrew in my 3rd grade class. His burn scars, thick, raised lines of skin, covered half of his face and body. He moved cautiously, as if his scars were limiting him. But there was more to Andrew than just his scars. He always wore a white dress shirt and a little red bow tie, which gave him a unique charm. In class, he seemed smart, especially at math. But there was a sadness in his eyes that made me wonder what he had been through. I didn't know how Andrew got those scars, but I noticed that the other kids kept their distance. At recess, they didn't play with him, and at lunch, he sat by himself. I wanted to reach out, but I didn't know what to say or how to act, so I did nothing, just like everyone else. And in that hesitation, the distance between us grew. I didn't know how to cross that divide. So before I knew it, Andrew became just another kid I never got to know. He remained engulfed in his loneliness, isolated by our discomfort, a haunting reminder of the cost of silence and inaction. That memory seared into my mind, sparking a lifelong curiosity about both the visible scars and the invisible wounds we all carry. Today, as a trauma psychologist, I've made it my mission to redefine what it means to survive a burn, working towards the future where no child or adult has to face their physical or emotional scars alone. Each year, nearly 500,000 people in the United States suffer burns severe enough to need medical treatment. That's enough people to fill not just 1, but 7 NFL stadiums. These people are injured by flames, grease, hot liquids, hot objects, chemicals, electricity, or road rash. And if you've ever microwaved a pizza roll for too long, you know that molten lava cheese belongs on that list too. Did you know that skin is our largest organ? Its nerve endings allow us to sense touch, temperature, and pain. Burn pain is one of the worst imaginable. When those nerve endings are damaged, every touch, every movement can feel unbearable. What's worse is that the treatment, surgeries, dressings, physical therapy, can trigger even more pain. And for many, the pain lingers for weeks, months, and even years. But beneath the visible wounds, there is another battle being fought, one that we can't see. For burn survivors, healing isn't just about survival. It's about reclaiming their identity, confidence, and connection in a world that often doesn't see beyond their scars. Let me tell you about Sarah, who learned just how true that is. It's a beautiful, hot summer afternoon. Sarah, a 32-year-old mom, is grilling out with friends and her 5-year-old daughter, Emma. Sarah has a warm, approachable smile, always the life of the party. The aroma of sizzling steaks fills the air. Laughter echoes around the yard as Emma runs around chasing bubbles. Music plays in the background. Sarah is feeling the joy of this perfect summer day. Boom, fire, heat, chaos. A propane tank explosion shatters Sarah's world. She wakes up in a hospital, machines beeping, pain crushing her body. Where am I? How did I get here? She pieces together what happened, but nothing feels real. The weeks that follow are grueling. The physical pain is relentless, but the emotional toll hits just as hard. She forces herself to look in the mirror. Swollen, bandaged, chunks of her hair gone. A stranger stares back. She is terrified by what's beneath the bandages. When Sarah finally comes home, she hopes to find comfort, a return to normalcy. But nothing feels the same. Her body is weak. She can't get dressed or play with Emma without pain and tight scars restricting her every movement. People look at her differently, and many keep their distance, just like I did with Andrew. Understandably, she doesn't trust them. She doesn't even trust herself. She thinks, if I couldn't keep myself safe, how can I keep my daughter safe? The memory of that day haunts her. At night, she wakes up in a cold sweat from nightmares. And during the day, the fear doesn't let go. At home, she stares at the stove. The click of the burner sends her heart racing. She swears she smells smoke. In the grocery store, she detects side stares, conversations pause, even if just for a moment. The silence fills the air. She pulls away, avoiding people and places. She'd rather be invisible. When Sarah first came to me, she said, I feel like a ghost of who I used to be, and no one gets it. That stuck with me because I knew she wasn't alone in feeling that way. Working with burn survivors like Sarah inspired me to create a comprehensive program that integrates mental health into burn care. Since 2021, in 4 years, we've helped over 1,300 burn survivors. At our burn center, every survivor, regardless of the severity of their injury, has access to mental health support. If you were to pop in on a session, you might see a burn survivor practicing breathing techniques to help manage pain, or confronting their trauma through exposure therapy, or connecting with others in a survivor support group. My patients have shared that talking about their trauma has empowered them, that managing their anxiety helped them endure painful procedures, and that finding community helped them feel less alone. Through compassionate mental health support and genuine human connection, Sarah gradually began to see her scars not as reminders of defeat, but as symbols of resilience and strength. Now she plays with Emma again, stands confidently in public, and even cooks, no longer controlled by fear. Sometimes I wonder if Andrew got that kind of support. If someone had the courage to break the awkward silence, to sit beside him and simply be his friend. If there was someone who helped him embrace his scars and feel whole again. These moments remind us that mental health care and programs that foster connection, whether through social support or trauma-informed therapy, are just as vital as wound care, and that psychological resilience is key to healing. Burn survivors deserve comprehensive care that includes both their body and their mind. This isn't just a dream, it's happening in places that have made mental health a priority, and it's working. Unfortunately, many burn centers still lack dedicated mental health support for their patients, unlike cancer centers, where it is a standard part of care. This leaves burn survivors to face the psychological toll of their injuries alone. We have the knowledge, tools, and research to change the standard of burn care. When mental health is treated as essential, burn survivors don't just heal, they thrive. Thriving is also about people. It's about connection, family, friends, support groups, even strangers that offer kindness instead of stares. It's the nurse who holds a patient's hand when they see their reflection for the first time. It's the first friend who says, "You are still you." It's the moment someone realizes that their worth isn't measured by their appearance, but by who they are. This kind of support doesn't just improve recovery, it transforms lives. If the 8-year-old me knew what I know now, I wouldn't hesitate. If I saw Andrew eating his mac and cheese at our school cafeteria all by himself, I would walk over and say, "I love your bow tie." I would ask him about how he got so smart at math, because I would want to know the secret behind that sharp mind and that unique style. When you leave here today and you see someone like my Andrew, someone who seems left out, the man with a missing limb, the woman in a wheelchair, the person with scars, don't look away. Connect with them, because in that moment, you're not just acknowledging them, you are telling them that they matter. And for someone with physical or emotional scars, that moment of connection can be life-changing. So choose connection over distance, courage over comfort, and action over hesitation. Because in the end, we heal together.
We're back.
Hey.
How's everybody doing so far? Awesome. If you guys saw Wicked, I'm gonna do that right there. All right, so I need you guys to do me a favor.
Let's do it.
Do us a favor, actually. Take your phones out.
Good job. All
For those of you all who had them handy, go to YouTube. Search Nameless Numberhead Wedding Invitation.
Nameless numberhead. I've been saying this all week.
You sure have. Nameless Numberhead Wedding Invitation. And save it.
Yes.
Don't watch it now.
Not yet.
That's how we were introduced to this next act.
Absolutely.
Comedy duo Nameless Numberhead brings the brilliance of Chicago-style improv right here to the Low Country.
With sharp wit, smart satire, they show us that laughter can break barriers, build bridges, and tell the truth.
Funny side up.
Funny side
Not
up.
sunny side up, funny side up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nameless Numberhead.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I think this is it. And this will do because it's
This
actually
is gonna be
it's pretty
awesome.
spacious.
And there's nothing
This is
really.
great. Actually, structurally, it looks good. Actually,
I'm always.
Yeah,
All right. And
always
if,
good.
I'm just.
I mean, I got it.
I mean, at this point,
You got it.
my
I'm
investments.
definitely investing in this.
My
I'm
investments
definitely
have
investing.
investments, and they're just not.
And if you're not investing now, you're investing 10 years too late.
Isn't that right? Isn't that
crazy.
right? I mean.
Oh, wow, sorry.
Hi.
Hi, sorry,
We
we're-
didn't know anyone.
Didn't know
who's
anybody
gonna
was going to be in here. This is
here.
awkward.
We just had this mapped out for a quick site survey, and we will be out of your hair.
You're not even going to notice we're here. Just pretend like we're not here. You can go on with what you're doing. We're just going to take a few measurements here.
This just goes there, and I love this. This goes over.
That's 28.
Perfect. Did you get 28?
Yeah, I got 28.
Okay, excellent.
Yep.
I also got 28.
Yeah, so that's
let's
28.
just
So
mark
that'll
that.
actually be good.
Perfect. Sorry.
what I
Hi. Don't want to be rude. My name is Kate Reynolds. This is my partner.
Hi, David H. Plainview III. Good to see you. Nice to meet
Hi,
you. Great to see you. Nice to meet you.
Good
to see you. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Great to see you. Nice to meet you.
We are with Nameless Numberhead Developments. We are the development firm that just bought this building. Very exciting.
Maybe you heard. And it's what a lovely, historic, and exclusive location, really, which is why it's sad. We do have to tear it down.
Yeah.
You've probably heard. It's got to go. So,
Yeah, you understand. I mean, look around. Look at this massive waste of square footage.
it's like wide open. So you get why this doesn't make sense. The lot is too valuable. So we're going to bring in some mixed use. That's the big word of the now, you know. So We'll do mixed use, short-term rentals, luxury lofts, condos, et cetera, et cetera.
Parking lots, Starbucks. I would love to get another blow-dry bar on the peninsula.
Yes.
Right here would be awesome.
Yes, it's a must. And you know, this, I know what you're thinking, luxury high-rise, you know, this is different. This one's different. This one's called the Jasmine. And what we're doing is we're sort of taking that essence of the Low Country, and so we'll tear down this historic building and we'll sort of rebrand it with that essence that we're actively destroying.
Yes.
So it's kind of like a nice
And again, you can see why it doesn't make sense. All this room and not a single head in a bed. There's just...
It's crazy to me. These are all chairs. They should be beds, and you should all be asleep.
And all these seats, what are we doing? Is this a movie theater?
I was just going to say, it's kind of weird that everybody's like sitting and facing us. And
doesn't make sense.
You know what this is?
Tell me.
This is performing arts. This is performing arts. I remember I was telling you about that?
Of course.
Yes.
I love America's Got Talent.
Yeah, it's amazing.
What you all do
big
is
fan.
incredible.
I didn't even know Charleston had performance arts venues anymore. This is incredible.
Oh.
I don't do this. You won't catch me doing that. I'm not getting up here.
Not me.
I'm just the money guy. I don't do this.
We're
so
just here to measure the floors
I'm just
and we'll
gonna
be out of
measure
your
the floor.
hair.
And that's all. So don't mind us. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, and 2, 2, 3, and 3, 2, 3, and 4, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and 9, and 10, and 28. I think that's 28 wide and 28 long.
Yeah, I got 28
Which would be
too.
great, actually.
But real quick, what was that?
Sorry, what was what?
What you were just doing, that rhythmic movement with your body, and just what was that?
Nothing. It was nothing.
It's so weird
There's
because
nothing.
it looked like a choreographed dance that you had practiced.
Okay, so I had a lifelong dream of being a dancer a long time ago. Okay, that was when I was a kid. I was like 7. So
Great.
that's.
I mean,
I don't do that anymore.
well, just between you and me, you still got it.
I can't. I'll leave it to the professionals. Thank you very much. Besides, we're tearing this place down and mixing up the use.
Yes, mixed use.
Yes.
It's so exciting. That means lots of uses in one spot. It's going to be mixed use spot. Many uses
Many
here.
out of one, many.
E pluribus unum.
Which is written on money. That's written on money.
Some people like to quote Shakespeare. I like to quote money.
And me, I'm not going to quote anything. I don't do this. I'm not going to quote anything. I'll maybe quote the spreadsheet. Okay, I'm a numbers guy, but I got to measure a floor.
Sure.
So I'm not going to be doing any of that quoting stuff.
Once more into the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace there is nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger. Stiffen the sinews, conjure up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard favored rage. Where am I?
Was that theater?
I don't know what that was. Something
It
just
looked
came
to
over
me like theater. It looked to me like good theater.
Once upon a time, I wanted to be an actor, but once I got a good paying job, I just suppressed the urge to express myself creatively.
I get it. I get it. There's a lot of love there. You can tell.
And you guys are gonna love this new development.
Oh, it's a very
So
respected
much.
firm, very respected Ohio-based firm. So,
Hey! The firm is Ohio-based. I got run out of New England for being a dipstick.
and I'm also kind of a scumbag, but I do have a lot of money and I love luxury. So that's my benefit.
I love luxury.
I love luxury, and Charleston is luxury. You can tell by all the short-term rentals. You know it's luxurious because it's short-term.
It's so classy.
Yes. The city said, hey, instead of like having places where people could live, let's just make them all hotel rooms, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Empty little condos that nobody lives in.
And then that way, you're walking distance to all of our beautiful hotels. It's like, it's all encompassed.
I stay in so many short-term rentals, I forgot if I even have a home.
Oh. But look at us, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We got a floor to measure, so we keep getting distracted.
Right.
Sorry about that. So.
Is that
Music! Oh,
my God.
I wanted to be a drummer.
Me
I wanted to be a
too.
drummer as a kid.
Oh my God, me
I
too.
saw the Blue Man Group when I was 6 months old, and it changed my life.
I love Blue Man Group.
I love Blue Man Group, but you can't make money.
There's no money
in the
in
Blue Man Group.
The arts, I love them, but there's no money.
That's just what, that's why you can't continue to enrich culture at a financial loss. It just doesn't, it doesn't make any sense.
No, the second my daddy explained to me what money was, my fate was sealed. I'm a money gal.
Hey, me too. I just wish there was something shorter than a short-term rental.
Like a micro rental.
Microeconomy?
Yeah, no amenities.
Like just 15 minutes of rest, like an Amazon warehouse worker.
Yeah. It's basically just a little tiny coffin to rest in.
Micro rest! Oh,
Yes.
yeah, well, you can monetize more moments of human life.
Yes.
Ah,
If they are breathing, monetize it.
But we are getting ahead of ourselves. I have got to measure this floor.
Yes. This time, can we use my tape measure? Yours is a little loud.
Sure.
Just grab
Excuse
that.
me for being so gauche.
No, it's totally fine.
Here we go. This is nice.
Yep.
This is really
Okay,
nice,
just
actually.
Pull that and
let's see.
Okay, did you get 28?
Yeah, that's 28.
Okay, perfect. Me too.
It's really nice.
I just like it because it's quieter and doesn't have all those confusing lines on it.
Where'd you get this?
I made it.
She made it.
It's nothing. I'm just
She made
fantastic
this.
at sewing.
You are a natural. You have a
Stop.
knack for this.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
You could do this.
No.
You could do America's Got Talent like all these people do.
No, stop.
No, I'm telling you, you are an artist.
I'm not an artist. I have a job.
Well, for somebody who's got a job, you're certainly showing a lot of vulnerability and essence of self.
Listen, you can't measure triple net leasing terms with essence of self.
I've just thought of something that I hadn't before. Maybe developing Charleston, he thought, doesn't come from a store. Maybe developing Charleston perhaps means a little bit more.
Was that?
Literature, yes.
Wow.
I was just thinking, with your sewing and your theater and my drumming based on my love of the Blue Man Group.
Stop. What are you saying?
I'm saying that maybe there's a message hidden in this silly little sketch for TEDxCharleston.
What? Like keeping artistic growth on pace with commercial development so that our city isn't sold to the highest bidder?
That's kind of the message. Yeah,
Come on, man.
That's the whole thing.
We own this building now. I mean, I guess we could donate it back to the arts.
Nah, mixed use.
Parking lot.
Oh, this is gonna be great. Hey,
Starbucks.
keep your eye out for the Jasmine 2032.
Comedy with a message. That's what I'm talking about. We all know that we've had some challenges within our education system. When it comes to education, no one knows the classroom better than a teacher. Shakira Langley is here to bring truth to power, amplifying voices of teachers and challenging us to build a better, bolder future for education. Put your hands together for Shakira Langley.
7:30 a.m., August 3rd, 2015. My first day of school. Lavender calming mist filling the room. A smart screen subtly playing jazz music. My teacher pouch stuffed with stickers and bubble wands. But the icing on the cake was, my hair was long and blonde. I was setting up to be the Beyonce of the classroom. 7:45 made its way in, and boom, showtime. By 7:55, it indeed was a show. A circus show to be exact, but I was the clown. 19 kindergartners swarmed the room. Calls of, Miss Langley, Miss Langley, Miss Langley. Tear-stained faces, and I want my mom. Complete chaos. This should not be happening. I'm in a cohort of first-year teachers, and although we've never done this work, we signed up to be the teachers who would work in underserved school communities to take on the challenge of closing the achievement gap for our students. Students whose lives were written for them before they even reached the 3rd grade. But it wasn't that easy. Planning after hours, the anxiety of Monday morning, the stress of being a teacher on top of everything else, and with little to no pay. All that's left was the love that we wanted to do as educators and the resources that were in front of us. There was no amount of preparation that can prepare us for the reality of what it takes to be a classroom teacher. So for me, every day looked, felt, and sounded like August 3rd, the circus show, instead of the classroom. But enough was enough. Enough of paddling on the water, trying to be this superhuman teacher. So I was gonna get me some help. One Saturday, during our planning session, as we were all sitting around the table, Chinese food to the side to give us some comfort, barefoot bubbly sitting right beside us to get some nerves loosening up, I waited. Then the slam of my laptop brought all eyes on me. Am I the only one struggling? Heaviness left the room and help made its way in. Y'all kids learning, because mine ain't, said Adgie down the table. How are we gonna do this come Monday morning? Said Miss Guthrie. What is happening? Small pockets started forming around the room. We were able to speak about each other's weaknesses, talk about our strengths, and figure out how in the world we were going to walk into class on Monday morning. And that's when I knew what was missing in our education system was elevating teacher voices. You see, in education, there's a checkoff list to be this perfect teacher. Get your students ready. This is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like. This is what it feels like. Do it. Teachers can do it all. It's a challenge with so many risks and so many rewards. But it's all coming from those who don't stand at the seat of educators. And that's when I knew elevating teacher voices was the key to make it through my first year teaching. I was determined not to fall within that 50% of teachers who quit within their first year. And I did it. I think about Mr. Lewis, who was tall enough to put up a bulletin board, but couldn't get a student to sit down and write his name to save his life. Or even Miss Thomas, who would barge in my room. Lord have mercy, these kids don't listen. How are they supposed to learn? Or even myself, who wanted to be the Beyonce of the classroom, but was failing miserably. But through it all, we did it with the strength of one another. Not through the administrators, not through the superintendents, or even the curriculum writers, but teachers. Those of us who stand on the front lines doing the work day in and day out. But that help was not only needed my first year teaching. A sudden desperation of teachers swarmed the nation 5 years later. Teachers to the front lines. They can do this. They're meant for this. They've done it all. We got masks. There's plexiglass. There's colored tape for the students, and we can separate them 6 feet apart. They won't even know it's distant learning. They're on their mini learning islands. Teachers can do this, said administrators, said curriculum writers, and superintendents. All with good intent, but none from the voices of teachers. And yet again, that's when I knew it was time to elevate teacher voices. So I grabbed my mic and I pressed record on my first podcast episode. Teachers are tired. This work is hard. Yes, it's rewarding. Yes, there's risk, but there's so many other challenges that are silenced. Education and educators have been on mute for decades, but it's time to teach out loud. Ding, ding, ding. A viral message of thank you. Thank you. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Finally, somebody said it. This was coming from teachers, people who support teachers, celebrities, news stations, and media outlets. Is this your truth? Is this what teaching is like? Yes. This is teaching out loud. And now 3,000 plus educators tune into that community for help, for strength, and for elevation. And as I stand here, 10 years later, I think about that help and how it kept me going. But I also think about how I can still help. As an education consultant now, I get to walk into classrooms around the nation and see me, who struggle within that first year. But I also see veteran teachers struggling. But I get to open up a seat at the table with help, with strength, with community, and tell them, I see you. You see, there's no boundaries in education. It's evolving every day. So the help is never gonna stop. And so as I get to help, I think about what kept me going in addition to that community. They played Rita Pearson, educational advocate's quote for us. Her TED Talk kept us going on our first day of our cohort session. She said, every child needs a champion. How much better would our world be if we believed that for our students? And I couldn't agree more. Yes, every child needs a champion. But what I'm here to say is that every teacher needs the community. Thank you.
Many don't realize that American tribes are still alive and they are thriving right here in South Carolina. Joshua Shumack of the Wassamasaw tribe is here to share their living legacy. And he's here to remind us that it's not just history in the past, but it's also history in your present and in your future. TEDxCharleston, Joshua Shumack.
South Carolina history book, you would probably see next to nothing about my tribe or any still existing tribe today in South Carolina. I am a tribal advocate. I've worked with tribes and governments ranging from South Carolina, Georgia, Minnesota. I've even spoken at the UN regarding tribal affairs. But I come from a tribe right here, the Wassamasaw tribe of Varnertown Indians. It's a very long name, and we've been known by many throughout the years, from the Etowah, the Edisto, Somerville Indians, Varnertown Indians, just settlement Indians, and eventually the Wassamasaw tribe of Varnertown Indians. But what are we and where do we come from? The federal government defines us as being a settlement tribe, which means we are from a multitude of tribes and native people that were forced out of their first contacted location into a central location where they eventually started intermarrying and became a distinct community because of that. So we became a distinct community in about the 1750s. But where did we come from before that? Where did we get moved from? And the answer to that is we came from right here on the Charleston Peninsula as well as the nearby Etowah Island. A lot of you might not recognize the name Etowah Island because it's actually been renamed to Daniels Island. A man named Robert Daniels came in, he bought the island, we got relocated to the Goose Creek area, and eventually we were granted land in the Wassamasaw Swamp. But right here is a historical marker that our community worked very hard to put up just down the street in Daniel Island, Governor's Park. It took about 2 years, and sadly, historical markers like this is really the only thing that our tribe has, at least tangible, to connect us back to the location that we were at for millennia. And as Native people even, we don't have any rights or access to our material culture, our physical culture, even the bodies of our dead. For example, Daniel Island is very, very developed. So our tribe had an exhibit at the nearby Berkeley County Museum, and we really wanted to work with some of the developers to put some of the artifacts that were found out on display. But they just didn't work with us. They didn't want to allow us to showcase that. So we have no access to our own history. About 500 years ago, my other ancestors, the Edisto Indians, were on the nearby Edisto Island, or you might know it as the Edisto Beach State Park. It's a very famous state park. It's huge. I personally love it, but it has a lot more of our physical culture that still remains. Right there, you'll actually see the Edisto Indian shell mounds. Those are some of the largest shell mounds in the nation, but if you went there today, you wouldn't be able to find them. It's not because they're well hidden. They've actually been lost to time and tide, having fallen back into the ocean. But even still, archaeologists and other digs are going on in that island trying to rediscover our history, the history that we were forced to abandon. And I actually was able to sit in on one of those with some other members of my tribe, just seeing all the pits, digging down 6 feet just to find some of the artifacts, the remains, trying to just map out, like I said, the history that we were forced to abandon. Eventually, the Edisto, like my Etowah ancestors, would be forced into that same area, right off of the Cherokee Pass, where eventually they would settle together, and Cherokee and Catawba people would move in and start intermarrying, and we've been thriving there for about 300 years to this point. But as a Native community, when you don't have your access to your material culture, your physical culture, the places you've been for all this time, what is there to pass down? What is there to hold on to as a community? And I think the answer to that is stories. So today I'm going to tell you 3 stories just about my personal history, my personal family, just to give you guys a bit of a glimpse into my community's history and what we had to face over the past 200 years. This right here is a very famous photo. It is actually the only known photo of a Low Country Indian in the entire Library of Congress. It is also a picture of my great-great-grandmother with her fur coat, my great-grandfather with his hands in his pocket, as well as my 2 great-uncles, one of them being my great-uncle Hamp, and he's the one petting the family dog. This photo was taken in 1938 because, FDR, with the New Deal, he wanted to create the Farm Bureau, and they went all across the nation taking pictures, and this was one of the pictures taken. It was entitled Somerville Indians, because that's what we were known as at the time, as well as Brass Ankle Family. And brass ankle was a derogatory term used for both Native people as well as people who were mixed with either Native or African American. There are some accounts about how this picture was taken, who was there. Was my great-great-grandfather inside because he didn't want to come out, because he didn't want to pose for a photographer. But our community, although we were aware that people came through, we didn't really know about this picture until just about 2 decades ago, when it was actually on display at the nearby College of Charleston, and someone said, "Isn't that my great-grandmother?" And it turned out we had all this history out there that we didn't know was documented and in the world. Around the time when this photo was taken, segregated schools were also imposed. A lot of people know that there were African and white schools, but not a lot of people knew that the state also mandated segregated Indian schools all over. So one of the main Indian schools from my community was the Varner Indian School. This Indian school was a one-room schoolhouse placed right in the center of the community, and it only went up to the 5th grade. And for many, many years, that's all the education that the people of my tribe, my elders, they had. Less than an elementary level education. Eventually, during desegregation, the school would close, but for people, that did not mean that all of them went to the schools. Sometimes buses wouldn't come through, sometimes the segregation and the racism would cause people to want to drop out. And so right now you're seeing sometimes the first few generations have been able to complete education or get postgraduate education. But my grandfather was actually an alum of one of these schools. That's him right there. And he, unlike many other children, was able to continue his education, but not in a very positive way. You see, like many Native and African children or minority children at the time, the government said that he was not in a suitable living environment, and so they took him from his family up to a boarding school in North Carolina. And he talked about some of his time at the schools, the things he went through, the derogatory terms and things said to him by both sometimes other students and even the staff. I remember he said something along the lines of that he was told that he smelled, and that if he could just scrub his skin hard enough, he could remove both the smell and the color from it. He also talked about his last day at that school, where him and some of his classmates decided they were going to get back at the headmaster, and they pushed his car up a cliff until it was sent rolling down a ravine. After that, he left, he came back to the community, and eventually he became a really good craftsman, construction worker, and built many of the houses in Hanahan, South Carolina today. Right around the time when the schools desegregated, we go back to my great Uncle Hamp. At this time, he was a man grown. He had a family, a wife from the community, but the only difference was she could pass for white while he couldn't. One day after work, my great uncle wanted to go to the bar, get a drink, de-stress, unwind, and his wife accompanied him. And right when he was saying goodbye to her, she was going to go do her tasks, he was going to go and have a drink, she kissed him goodbye. My great uncle went into that bar, and because he was seen kissing a woman who, at the time, people assumed were white, he was surrounded and he was murdered. The coroners and the papers would call it being stomped to death. Not many people know that we also in Native communities had these racial attacks, racial targetings, and this was in 1961. It wasn't a lifetime ago, it was in living memory. And for Native people, it was even more dangerous, as in families you had people who varied in color from brother to brother, from mother to child, and we were very self-segregated. And one of those things about intermarrying, miscegenation laws, we married with other tribes, and we networked with other tribes and stayed to each other. A decade later, in 1972, my community would be officially discovered by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. But we were discovered about 2 decades too late. Because in the 50s, termination came to America. And termination was not going out and saying, we're going to kill all the natives, but it was about reintroducing the American people, the Native American people, into American society and reclaiming reservation lands. So after that point in time, there was no recognition. There was just acknowledgement of saying, these are Native communities, and our community was documented as the Somerville Indians, but unlike other tribes who got that protection as soon as that happened, we were left without protection. Right here are some of the many tribes that were scattered all throughout the state and tribal communities, and eventually we continued to try to work to maintain ourselves, maintain our communities, and in 2005, the state officially established state recognition. But many of those policies that would protect us are still out of reach. And federal recognition is something that is very daunting. There is a process out there that was created in '78, and only a handful of tribes have been able to get through it. It costs millions and millions of dollars and can take decades. Decades that tribes like mine, where we're already seeing encroachment and development, we don't think we have those decades. So many tribes, like my own, is working towards recognition, towards protection, because we are an endangered species. Our numbers are few, and we really don't know if we'll be here just a few years down the line. But this is just 3 stories from one person out of hundreds from dozens of tribes across the East Coast. And a lot of people don't know their tribes, especially in South Carolina. You hear all the time, I didn't know we had tribes in South Carolina. And in a state where we're growing by about 400,000 people per year, that's just going to get worse and worse. It's a very famous phrase, we are still here. It's a Native American phrase about raising awareness about the existence of tribes and the struggles we face. It's very easy to find out what tribes are in your state. We're on Google. We're not in the 17th century anymore. We're in the 21st. If you Google us, you'll usually find websites. You'll find our social media. We have events. And we want you to come out. This is an open invitation. Our events are open to the public. Our celebrations. Most of the time, people think they're closed out. We want to work with you. We want you to know about us. And we really hope we see you out there, because we can't do this by ourselves. It's not just enough having you know that we're still here, but we want you to also know and understand the struggle that we go through every day to maintain the right to remain here.
Having a good time so far? You're still hanging in there, ready to thrive? That's good. There's someone I know who loves to say that movement is medicine. To Kaipo Sotelo, movement is life. Born in Guam and driven by personal loss, he's made it his life's work to teach us to move better, to live longer, and to feel more alive, because the way we move, it affects how we show up in this world. So ladies and gentlemen, Kaipo Sotelo.
I couldn't wait to tell all my friends that it finally happened for me. It's a day in a high school boy's life that he dreams about since they hit puberty. And it was nothing like in the videos when it happened for me for the first time. I'm gonna tell you about the first time, because the first time leads to so many things. It's hope, it's joy, it's euphoria. And of course, everyone in this room knows I'm talking about the first time that I dunked a basketball. Now, that wasn't the first time. No one videos their first time, right? But my first time dunking a basketball ended up leading me down a road where I felt like I could achieve impossible things. This feeling of euphoria that you saw me and my friends express was something I got addicted to. It happened at the first time, it happened at the next time, it happened every time we upped the ante a little bit. And this feeling of euphoria that you get when you achieve a movement goal and do something that you thought was impossible is life-changing. And I wanted to align myself with my entire career to helping people achieve their movement goals. So I said, Mom, I want to go to the NBA. She said, you're a little bit short. Okay, that's fine. I want to be a physical therapist. Better answer for a Filipino mother. So with influence from my Filipino mother, I went into the field of physical therapy, and I'm a certified strength and conditioning specialist for the Guam National Olympic Committee and our athletes housed in the upstate of South Carolina. I help people all along what I'm going to call the movement continuum, where on one side we have life, right? Lots of movement, dunking basketballs, running marathons. Then we have death. Deaf people don't move. And with this very scientific graph that I have in front of you, you can tell the less movement you have in life, the less experience you might have in your life. Simple as that. And so I help people all along this movement spectrum. And my favorite people to work with are athletes. Athletes come in all shapes and sizes, but specifically I like to help athletes with ACL surgeries. Everyone's heard about this ACL. It holds your knee together. And athletes need their knees together in order to perform their sport. And when that ACL fails them, what happens is you get this identity crisis. I could run a marathon in X amount of time. I could jump and hit the rim with my head. Now I'm laid up in bed. I can barely move my leg. I am nearly dead, like that stick figure right there. And so my job as a physical therapist is to walk alongside of them and say, hey, maybe death is a little dramatic, maybe just a little bit, and say like, okay, what are the movements that we can get you back feeling like an athlete? So we help them move their leg a little bit, bend it, get it straight. Oh, all of a sudden our quad's working enough to where we can walk, right? We take away the crutches, start standing up, sitting down, going upstairs, start walking, start running, and before they know it, they're back on the court. And my favorite feeling as a therapist is to go to my athletes' games and see them fall. It may be a little sadistic, but I like to see them fall because I like to show them that they can fall and not be broken. This identity comes back once they build that level of confidence that they can trust themselves and regain that identity. So, when I tore my ACL about 9 months ago, playing some pickup basketball, going for a dunk on a fast break, no one touched me, it just failed. I was not so much nervous as some might get. I was actually maybe a little bit excited. I nerd out about this stuff. This is what I can talk about all day if you'll let me. But what happened when I tore my ACL was, okay, I get to walk in the shoes of my athletes and my patients. It's going to go injury, surgery, before I know it, dunking a basketball, right? Simple as that. And by my tone, I bet you could assume that it didn't go like that. When I woke up in the hospital, this is what I looked like. Due to a rare complication with anesthesia called malignant hyperthermia, super, super rare, my muscles started tearing themselves apart, and I lost all of my strength. I had to be intubated, catheterized, and to put the picture in your head, when I woke up, this tube down my throat, I could barely open my eyes, and it took me 20 minutes to free myself from the shackles of 2 blankets. 2 blankets are heavy when you have all your energy sapped away. To wave someone down to untie me. So what happened for me was a different kind of identity crisis. I thought I had it under control. My expectations were injury, surgery, dunk a basketball. But in the hospital, where I nearly lost my life, I couldn't roll over, let alone sit up. Goodness gracious, dunking a basketball was furthest from my mind. All I wanted to do was pee standing up. I'm going to paint a very graphic picture for you. So to use the restroom when you have no strength, you have a little pee bottle. And you put the pee bottle between your legs, you do your business, and then you're supposed to put the pee bottle to the side. I was so weak that when it was full, I had to call a nurse to move it from between my legs. I was that weak. And so I was going through the philosophical conundrum that is life. I was at a point maybe near death. To be dramatic about it, I was as close to death as I've ever been. And to put that on that spectrum, obviously I made it out, but I'm not dunking basketballs like that in the picture. But in the hospital, what happened to me felt like a shakeup. It helped me understand that when I'm working with athletes or normal people, movement is the way we experience, the lens by which we experience our lives as humans. And so while I cried and I sat and I just kind of wallowed a little bit, after I got all those feelings settled, I got to work. The rolling that the nurses would do every single day got to the point where I could roll and pin onto one arm. Then that led to sitting up on the side of the bed. Oh, he's getting close. Sitting up on the side of the bed to standing up on my own, falling backwards multiple times. than walking the 5 feet distance between the bed and the chair. Great, I've changed places. Phenomenal. Got to the point where at the end of my week in the hospital, I was ready. My wife's sitting in the crowd right here. She's a physical therapist, so I trust her with my life. She helps me up out of the bed, walks me, hobbling with my ACL, recently repaired, all my strength taken from me. She walks me to the door and gets me there. I close the door behind me because I gotta do this on my own. I hobble over, lock, load, unzip, and let forth a stream of humanity, a river of dignity. It was a rush of euphoria, something so familiar to me that I didn't even understand what I was feeling at the moment. It's the same feeling as when I dunked a basketball for the first time. How about that? A movement goal on either end of the spectrum, and I felt the same way. Now, after that feeling, I felt a feeling of sadness. Why sadness? Like, this was a great thing. I've been talking about this all week. All I wanted to do was this, and now why am I sad? Well, the reason why I was sad is because I got to relate to a special patient that I've known all my life. My mom. My mom had another rare condition called scleroderma. This disease slowly robbed her movement over the course of 15 years, slowly taking away her ability to stand, go to the bathroom by herself, all those things. And she was the reason why I went to grad school in the first place, because one day she FaceTimed me after a similar thing happened in the hospital where a physical therapist came and helped her go to the bathroom by herself. She FaceTimed me, "Dr. Chan, help me with this." That is why I was a physical therapist. And so in that moment, I felt sadness because I finally felt what my mom might have felt. And I got to relate to her. A couple lessons from my mom, right? My mom, a very strong, very proud woman. She cared about many things in life. One of those key things was cooking meals for us. As she was living her life, she slowly lost movement until she could spend about 5% of her day up out of bed. She would use this to do laundry, to do dishes, things that made her feel normal, right? But 95% of her day was spent in bed. One day, 5 years ago, my future wife was visiting me out in the island of Guam, where we're from. My mom was spending most of her day in bed. Now, what happened was she said that that's the thing that I want to do for you guys. And so what she did was she saved her 95%, and she cooked us a meal. One of the most delicious meals ever. Very memorable for my wife and I because that was the last meal my mother ever cooked for me. 5 years, almost to the day today, my mom passed away at the age of 45. It's sad, but there's also purpose with this. My mom lived a life of purpose. She defined the movements that made her life worth living. And that's what I challenge each of you today to do for yourself. We're all on this movement continuum. Whether you are closer to life or closer to death, it does not matter where you are. It is your responsibility to yourself to figure out what are the things that are worth living for, what movements comprise those things, and to move towards those things every single day. Anything short is practicing for death. And with those little movements every day towards the things that you love and the goals and aspirations that matter to you, who knows? Maybe you get to do something again for the first time that you thought you had done for the last time.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so our next speaker, I asked Stephen to think of a few words that remind him of her.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you, Stephen, what's a word that makes you think about Ann Caldwell?
Cow.
Cow. That's a good one, actually, because she is a new author. Her new children's book is called Going to See a Man About a Cow.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's
What's
right.
another one?
Flowers.
Flowers. That's also a good one. I had to think about that one just a little bit. She is the founder of the Magnolia Singers.
That's good.
So that's good.
That's good.
That's really good.
Not bad.
So Ann Caldwell is going to perform for us next. And
right.
she is Charleston's first lady of jazz, if you will.
Oh, yes.
She is an inspiration to myself, as well as people like Kiana Parler, who is a 2-time Grammy Award winner.
That's right.
So she set the bar for all of us. And she is a cultural treasure. Through song and spirit, she connects us to our roots.
And reminds us that the power is in our voices.
That's right. Ann Caldwell, ladies and gentlemen.
In the 1600s, the English-speaking settlement along the coast of South Carolina discovered that rice would grow in the Lowcountry, but they knew nothing about growing rice. So they brought the enslaved ancestors from the regions of West Africa to cultivate what became known as yellow gold, aka rice. Now, while the ancestors were here, they developed their own language and created some of the greatest folk music the world has ever known. Now, the language is called Gullah. It is an English-based Creole language. It's a combination of the English language and African-based expressions. Now, to give you some idea of what that sounds like, I will tell you a story. Here in the South, if we want to explain anything, we tell a story. This is a story about 2 gentlemen. One is from the North. We will call him a Northerner. The other one is from the South. We will call him a Southerner. These 2 gentlemen had come together to do some deer hunting. Now, the art of deer hunting involves spreading out a blanket of corn cobs and then 2 or more full-grown adult men. That's not an oxymoron, it just sounds like it. They climb into something not much bigger than a Barbie dollhouse. And they sit and they wait for deer to come to nibble on the corn. And when the deer comes to nibble on the corn, they shoot the deer. They call that deer hunting. Well, the Northerner didn't think the deer was coming as quickly as he thought they were going to come. So he looks to his Southern deer hunting companion with a comment and a question. He says, "Sir, there are no deer coming to the corn. Are we going to have to continue waiting for the deer to come to the corn?" To which the Southerner replied, "That's right." So he waits a little while longer, and still no deer had come to that corn. Again, he looks to his Southern partner, looking for some sort of explanation with the same comment and the same question. He says, "Sir, there are no deer coming to this corn. Are we going to have to continue waiting for the deer to come to this corn?" To which the Southerner replied, "That's right." So he decides to wait just a little while longer. Still no deer came to the corn. Again, the Northerner looks to his Southern deer hunting companion with the same comment and the same question. "Sir, there are no deer coming to this corn. Are we going to have to continue waiting for the deer to come to this corn?" To which the Southerner replied, "Good, you're listening." He says, "I don't understand. We've been out here for a long time, and no deer has come to this corn. The only thing bothering this corn is a possum that came by and got a bunch of corn and went running off into the bushes. Then a raccoon came by and it took some corn and it went running off into the bushes. Then what appeared to be some College of Charleston students. They didn't care about the corn, but they took the beer we had hidden in the bushes. Now, I know you don't want to leave, so why don't we just pack up and move to another spot? just tell me why you don't want to do that. So the Southerner is going to explain to the Northerner why they're not going to do that. And I quote, "Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. But da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da." Northerner looks at him and says, "Come again." So he explains it again. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. But da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. Northerner says, "You speak English, don't you?" Southerner said, "That's right." He said, "Well, tell me in English what you just said." So the Southerner explains to him in English what he said. "The day that the deer is there, that's the day that they're not there. But the day that they are there, that's the day the deer is not there." Northerner says, "I think I got it. Let me know if I'm correct. The day, that the day. But the day, that the day. Southerner says, "That's correct." That's the end of that story, folks. You can applaud now. Thank you. Now, the music of the ancestors is called the spirituals. Now, many of the spirituals were used as coded message songs about the Underground Railroad. So if ever they wanted to talk about escaping, they would use biblical or railroad references. For instance, Canada was referred to as Canaan, home, promised land, or heaven. The stops along the way were called stations. The make-believe train was called a chariot. The guides were called conductors. And of course, the most famous conductor was Harriet Tubman. Her code name was Moses. I'm going to sing one of the spirituals for you, after which you are going to applaud with an abundance of vigor as I leave the stage. Thank you. Over my head, I hear trouble in the air. Over my head, I hear trouble in the air. Over my head, I hear trouble in the air. There must be a God somewhere. Over my head, I hear music in the air. Over my head, I hear music in the air. There must be a God. There must be a God. There must be a God
Wow. Give it up for Ann again. What a show. What a show. She's tremendous talent. How's everybody feeling? Talk about thrive. You've heard a lot of stories about people thriving this morning, right from the very beginning with Ashley and Brenna and Matt and Shakira and Joshua. Well, great stories, all of them. Kaipo, I can't tell you how much I admire Kaipo. Kaipo actually did his TEDx application in a voice-to-text format because he couldn't move. He was laid up in bed, but still wanted to speak and knew he was going to be back on his feet for TEDx. So great. Thanks again to all of our great first half speakers. Now we're going to take a little bit of a break, go outside, get some refreshments. The stands are open. There's also got some coffee and drinks and cookies outside. Go out and make some new friends, mingle with some of the speakers who are going to be out there. Be back here at 3 o'clock for a great second half. We've got some great entertainment and more great speakers. If I could get all the speakers and coaches down on the stage now, all the volunteers from the front of the house, we're going to have picture time with the great Stan Foxworthy. Stan's in the house.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Days TEDx Charleston 2025. You guys feel like you're ready to thrive? I'll ask this side. You guys feel like you're ready to thrive a little? All right. We've had such an amazing time so far. It is time for us to introduce, as they're coming, this next wonderful speaker. And she's not a stranger here. Her name is Allie Stovall. I'm asking that you would please, they don't have it on here. When the family dinner table disappears, who teaches us and teaches our kids to step up, speak up, set goals, and understand themselves? Allie Stovall is building a movement to give Gen Z the access to life skills that they're missing and the tools they need to thrive. You guys ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Allie Stovall.
Panicking. Ground yourself, Ellie, ground yourself. This can't keep happening. I can't keep feeling like this. I don't want to do this. I can't even breathe. Allie, breathe. It was this moment that changed my entire life. A teacher and mentor got down on the ground with me, and she looked me in the eyes and she said, "You can do this. You can get up, and you can get past this." That was not my first panic attack, and it was far from my last, but that one was different, because in that moment, I was ready to give it all up. But I heard 4 words, "You can do this," and it changed the entire trajectory of my life. I am not that girl anymore. Now I am a confident and capable 22-year-old small business owner building communities and events that truly make a difference. When I'm out in the community and interacting with people, I run into the inevitable Gen Z slander, and you know what I'm talking about. Gen Z is so lazy. They're so dramatic. They're the reason this country is going downhill. And if you don't know, Generation Z is individuals who were born from 1997 to 2012, which makes us ages 13 to 28 today. My favorite question is, what's wrong with your generation? Well, if you get asked that enough times, I promise you, you start to actually think about it. Because there is something wrong. Substance abuse rates are the highest they've been in decades. Overdose rates are increasing steadily. Gen Z is in a mental health crisis. The majority of Gen Z is suffering from some mental disorder, whether it's anxiety, depression, or more. And when I thought about, well, what could it be? I came down to 4 main reasons. Number 1, we don't believe in ourselves. How could we? Every morning we wake up, We roll over, we pull out our phones, and we start scrolling. And we compare ourselves to the entire world. They say that comparison is the thief of joy, and I could not believe that's more true. Because scrolling through TikTok and Instagram, there's always someone prettier. There's always someone smarter, someone getting the job you didn't get, someone on the vacation that you can't afford with the family you will never have. And if you always feel like you're coming in last place, you start to give up. And the funny part of it all is that's not even real. Every photo, every video, it's photoshopped. There's a beauty filter. It's only the highlight reel of their life. They're not actually showing the struggle, the blood, sweat, and tears it took to get there. So not only are we comparing ourselves to the entire world, but we're comparing ourselves to an absolutely unattainable feat that the person who posted it didn't even achieve. And if you're always coming in second place and you're never quite enough and you're never gonna get there, then why try? Why waste your time and energy chasing after something that you will never reach? So we don't, and we're labeled the lazy generation. Number 2, we have zero clue what we're feeling. We really should be called the instant gratification generation. Because the moment that negative feeling in your chest, that pit in your stomach arises, we go right back to the phone and we start scrolling and scrolling TikTok, Instagram, or my personal favorite, doo-doop, a Netflix binge. And every comment and like and repost and share, or when the love interests finally get together in your favorite show, everything else disappears. Those mean girls, they didn't bully you to tears. That girl that dumped you, she doesn't exist. Your parents who nonstop fighting and are getting divorced in the next room don't exist. And if we're always slapping that instant gratification Band-Aid over every wound over and over again, and we leave it on there for so long, we have no idea how deep that wound even is. Number 3, even if we did know what we were feeling, we couldn't communicate it. Did you know that scholars believe that there are 27 distinctly different human emotions? I don't know about you, but most adults that I know can't name 15. So why are we expecting 13-year-olds to? And this is where you start to get those teenage temper tantrums. You know what I'm talking about? When you get home and you can tell that there's something a little off, and you finally work up the courage to ask your teenager, "Hey, sweetie, what's wrong?" And you get the, "I'm fine, Mom!" And they stomp away and slam the door. And you're left there wondering, what the heck just happened? It's because trying to explain to you what we're feeling is just as frustrating as the feeling. We have locked ourselves in this cage so much that we have coined slang terms for this. This instant numbing, this lack of communication. Have you ever heard of doom scrolling? How about bed rotting? It's pretty simple, and it's exactly what it sounds like. We get on our favorite sweatshirt, we cozy up under the covers, maybe grab a snack or that 19th water bottle that's all important to sit on our bedside table. And we scroll and scroll and scroll, and we rot away and waste our day. And we know it's not good. That's why we named them with bad adjectives. But we do it anyway. And we never sit in the emotion, and we never learn to communicate it. Then we throw the tantrum, film it, and put it on the internet for the entire world to see. So we're labeled the dramatic generation. Number 4, our life just looks different. Generation Z is facing unprecedented problems. No generation before has ever had to grow up and spend their formidable and impressionable years with a mini computer basically growing out of their hand. No generation before has had to compare themselves to the entire world every single day, not just the kids you go to school with, or not just the Joneses down the street, but every millionaire, every model, every successful business owner and athlete. And on top of that, social norms and family units just look different. Most kids my age have divorced parents, and even if they do have two loving and happy parents, they're probably working 2 or 3 jobs. And if you have a single parent, they're definitely working 2 or 3 jobs. The first one to pay for childcare so that they can go to work, and the second one so that they can pay the bills. We're missing out on these all-important dinner table conversations where kids and humans used to be built. Those critical thinking and problem-solving skills aren't happening anymore because the family units aren't there to sit at the table and talk. And if you always feel like you're never enough and your voice isn't enough and you have no idea what you're feeling and you couldn't even communicate it if you wanted to, you spiral and spiral and spiral until you're back down there on the bathroom floor screaming and crying and begging for help, ready to throw in the towel on your life. But it doesn't have to be that way. They say that it takes a village to raise a child, and I believe that's true. Raise your hand if you have a child, a grandchild, a niece, a nephew, a super cute little 5-year-old next door neighbor. We are all that village, every single one of us in here who interact with a child at any point in their life. It is our job as adults and leaders to take charge of raising the next generation. It is not the child's job to tell you how to parent or that you need to parent. It is not the child's job to be begging for help so loud that someone will hear it. If we want leaders that we can trust to take care of us, that we can trust to make laws and doctors to take care of our health, when we're old and gray, we have to start that change today because those cute little 5-year-old neighbors, that's the next president of the United States. Your niece and nephew, that's the next transplant surgeon who is saving thousands of lives. And we are raising them today. So tomorrow, when you wake up and you inevitably interact with that child, empower them. Say, yes, you can do this. Equip them with the essential skills that they need to thrive and achieve their goals. Give them the communication skills. Give them the coping tools. And repeat that process until we can't fail. But most importantly, say something, because you never know if you're the right person for a breakthrough. I promise you can do this.
Amazing job, Allie. From anchoring the news to battling chronic illness, Carolyn Murray's journey is one of resilience, purpose, and unstoppable spirit. Today, she shares how she fought to keep telling stories, even while rewriting her own. Ladies and gentlemen, you know her from Channel 2. She's here on today's TEDx stage. Y'all give it up for Carolyn Murray.
I remember the day my life changed. I remember that day so well because Jimmy and I were in the bedroom. We were actually getting dressed to go to a fundraiser, and the phone rang. I wasn't going to pick it up, but I glanced at the name on the phone, and it said, Dr. Sunil Patel, neurosurgeon. I knew this phone call was because of an MRI I had earlier that day. Dr. Patel had ordered the MRI because I'd been in his office a few days before that with some complaints. I'd fallen several times. I'd be walking, my legs would buckle, or even standing still my legs would just give way. And my feet were numb, and my hands, they felt like they were on fire. So I had all these things going on, so I'd gone to the doctor. So I clicked the button, and I said, Dr. Patel, what's wrong with me? Dr. Patel said, I'm going to need to see you and Jimmy in my office next week. I said, oh, no. Now, I've been a journalist for 35 years, so I knew how to ask tough questions. And I said, no, Dr. Patel, you're going to answer this question right now. What's wrong with me? He said, you have tumors growing on your spinal cord, neurofibromatosis, and you need surgery. A few days later, my husband took me to the Medical University of South Carolina. Now, let me be clear. He didn't walk me into the hospital. He dropped me off on the sidewalk in front of MUSC. Because a few days before that, March 11th, 2020, COVID-19 was declared a pandemic. So if you were not a patient, a physician, a nurse, or critical staff, you couldn't even go inside a hospital at that time. So I walked into that hospital alone and very scared. I woke up about 8 hours later in recovery. If I thought I was scared when I walked in the hospital, I was really scared now. Because wrapped around the foot of my bed were doctors and nurses, and once again, Dr. Sunil Patel. And so I asked a variation of the question I'd asked the week before. I was disoriented and groggy, but I said, what's wrong with me now? And Dr. Patel said, neurofibromatosis was not the only thing in your spine. You also have neurosarcoidosis, inflammation in your spine. You need to undergo treatment and therapy right away. Bam! Neurofibromatosis. Bam! Neurosarcoidosis. I was hit with these two rare diseases I can't explain, and I don't even understand them. All of a sudden, everything I knew about myself seemed different. Everything about my identity. As a mother, as a wife, as a journalist, I had taken care of this body my entire adult life. I had run 8 marathons, 27 Cooper River Bridge runs. I'd been a spin instructor. I had taken thousands of yoga classes. I had been a bodybuilder. I was vegan. I had done everything I thought I could do to take care of my body. And now my body seemed to be failing me. Within a couple of days, I was taken to Roper Hospital. The staff was warm and caring and supportive, but they were probably expecting TV Carolyn Murray, but that is not who I was. I was a patient. I was angry and scared and anxious. I couldn't walk. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't even hold a toothbrush. The pain in my hands were so bad. I was a patient. Out in the world, everyone was on lockdown. But inside that hospital, I felt like a prisoner. But I was still a preacher's kid. And my mom and dad had taught me and my brothers and sisters that when things are good, you pray. And when things are bad, you pray longer. And so that's what I did. I prayed for courage and determination and to be inspired by what I had been taught and what I had seen my entire life. And so when you are in a hospital for that length of time, you think about your life. And I thought about growing up West Ashley. And the woman who lived right across the street from me, her name was Sarah Green Oglesby. We called her Sadie Oglesby. She had this little program called Sadie Oglesby Scrapbook. I would visit her in the afternoons. I would read to her. She would read to me. She went to Fisk University. She had been trained to teach English and Latin, but she was not allowed to teach white students in Charleston County. But she taught me. She taught me voice and diction and elocution and the power of connection through storytelling. And so while I was in the hospital, though the pain in my hand was bad, when I had gained enough strength in my hands again, I tried to reconnect with people through social media. I would talk about my pain, but I would share my progress too. And I was encouraged by the stories and the prayers from people. My connection with Sadie Oglesby was the reason I became a journalist. It was because I believed in the power of connecting with others. It's where you get your strength. While in the hospital, I also thought about meeting one of my heroes, U.S. Representative John Lewis. And when I met Congressman Lewis, my first thoughts were, I remember seeing this man in history books, in that trench coat, the youngest person on the stage at the March on Washington. He was only 23 years old. And so when I interviewed Congressman Lewis, I asked him about the day we would come to know as Bloody Sunday, when he led hundreds of people across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama, and he was beaten nearly to death. I asked him, how did you keep getting up despite the pain, obviously, in your body? How did you keep moving forward? And he said it was more important that he use his voice and his life to help others. And so when I was in that hospital bed and encouraged to get up and move because of my memory of Congressman Lewis, that's what I did. I tried to keep moving forward. The days turned into weeks, turned into months in the hospital. And I thought about some of the sweet moments throughout my career, like meeting my idol. She only requires one name, Oprah. And when I met Oprah, we laughed and talked, and that meeting was everything I hoped it would be. She was warm, engaging, seemed as interested in me as I was in her. If you know me, you know I ask a lot of questions, and I ask her a zillion questions, but one big takeaway from my questions to her was success. What does success mean to you, someone who has changed the way we communicate as a world? What does it mean to you? And she said, it is doing work every single day with integrity, doing your best work, whether millions of people see it or only you knew what you did. And so while lying in that hospital bed, that's what I did. I tried those yoga poses. that I had done thousands of times. They didn't look good, but I kept trying in the privacy of the room when no one else knew what I was doing. March turned into April, turned into May, and in May of 2020, I was pushed out of Roper Hospital in a wheelchair. My husband and daughter were there to greet me, but I was surrounded by all these reminders of the hardest thing I had ever been through. I had 2 canes, a walker, a bag overflowing with medication, a disability sticker for my car. But look at me today. I still have these 2 diseases in my spine that the doctors say are incurable, but I have transformed the most difficult part of my life into a triumph. This is a journey of resilience. I am a good mom and an amazing wife. I am a passionate pet parent. I am a good friend and sister. I am a dedicated yogi, and I am a journalist. And I learned while lying in that hospital bed for nearly 3 months that my purpose is to inspire stories and to share stories that instigate courage and determination to keep moving forward. Each of us, every being in this room, has the ability to strive and thrive if we keep moving forward. The toughest moments of my life brought me to this sweet moment on this stage, to serve as a reminder to myself and to others. The power of resilience is within us. I encourage you, as I have, to keep moving forward. Namaste.
She's truly my shero. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, perfect. Has anyone in here ever heard of the telepathy tapes? Okay. I took a deep dive after speaking with my next guest, or my guest on air, who's your next speaker. What if autism isn't a disconnection, but a deep, radical openness? Dr. Melinda Edwards, who's a psychiatrist and mother, invites us to reframe autism, not as a problem to fix, but as a perspective that can teach us how to live more authentically. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Melinda Edwards.
I was in the grocery store when suddenly I realized that my 4-year-old daughter had disappeared. I ran through the store in a panic, scanning the aisles. Sachi, Sachi, Sachi! Then, near the cash registers, I spotted her brown curly hair and her bright pink blouse and felt a wave of relief. Relief that quickly turned to utter mortification. My daughter had her hands in a stranger's pockets, and she had a smile on her face. I'm the mother of an autistic child. We've had countless moments like this, where her behavior is way outside of social norms. I'm also a psychiatric physician, deeply rooted in the world of science and medicine. Autism is often defined as a set of symptoms: difficulty with social interactions and communication, repetitive behaviors, sensory issues, and other challenges. Standard treatments include therapies like speech and occupational therapy, social skills training, and sometimes medication. And while these treatments can be helpful, they're limited. I've discovered that there's a deeper dimension to autism than the symptoms, diagnosis, and treatment. When my daughter was diagnosed in 2009 at 16 months of age, applied behavioral analysis, or ABA therapy, was the only scientifically proven therapy to help autistic kids behave more normally. ABA has evolved since then, but at that time, I was sickened by what seemed to me like dog training techniques, using rewards and punishments and clicker counters to shape my daughter's behavior. It broke my heart, but as a physician who was wholeheartedly devoted to the scientific approach, I thought I didn't have a choice. Autism is often described as a lack of connection. But as I immersed my daughter in therapies, I saw the opposite. Her symptoms weren't a sign of disconnection. They were often a reflection of a deep connection and a profound openness. One of the symptoms of autism is lack of eye contact. I spent years trying to get my daughter to look at people, until two autistic friends told me that eye contact is too overwhelming because it's like staring into someone's soul. They don't have the walls and defenses to separate them from other people that the rest of us have. And so when they don't look at you, paradoxically, it's because they are so deeply connected. Another symptom of autism that's often a reflection of a deep connection is meltdowns, or clinically, what we might call behavioral issues. Many autistic individuals are exquisitely sensitive to sensory input, like lights or sounds, or other people's emotions or energy. They are absorbing much more than the rest of us are. And it can be overwhelming, sometimes resulting in a meltdown. Throughout this time, periodically, it was as if the veil would part and I would get glimpses that there was a reality beyond what my rational mind could understand. Sachi wasn't just sensitive. She seemed porous, as if there wasn't any separation between her and her environment or her and other people. She would feel other people's emotions and express them as if they were her own. And she would speak my unspoken thoughts out loud. I spent a long time trying to convince myself that she wasn't speaking my thoughts. One morning, as we quietly ate breakfast, I had the thought, I could surprise her with a bicycle for her birthday. The moment I had the thought, Sachi said casually, surprise her with the bicycle for her birthday. We hadn't spoken about her birthday. She didn't even know it was coming up. And she hadn't asked me for a bicycle. But there it was. She spoke my thoughts so often that eventually I couldn't deny that it was happening. And she would know about things that she couldn't have learned through our ordinary ways of learning information. One day, during a game of Uno, she said, "Grandpa's here." Grandpa wasn't here, and he lived 3.5 hours away. 20 minutes later, we heard a knock on our door. When we opened the door, there was my dad surprising us with a visit. He was just as astounded as I was when I told him about Saatchi's proclamation. Now, I know this may all sound far out to you. It's far out to me, too. I don't know how Saatchi knew that Grandpa was coming for a visit, or how she knew so many other things. But these experiences of autistic individuals being deeply connected in ways that many of us are not are being reported more and more. During this time, my unquestioned faith in logic and science as the only reality started to unravel. My experiences with my daughter just didn't fit into the scientific paradigm. I came to understand that there are 3 ways that we can experience the world: through the physical, through the psychological, and through the state of interconnectedness. The first 2, the physical and the psychological, we're all familiar with, and they fit neatly within our logical scientific paradigm. Most of us are perceiving the world through the lens of the physical or the psychological most of the time. It's where we place our attention. The third way of experiencing the world is what I'm calling interconnectedness. This is a deep awareness of our connection with everything and everyone. It's a profound sense of being part of something greater than the individual me. Compassion, intuition, wisdom, and creativity all arise from interconnectedness. When our psychological defenses and our layers of protection drop away, and when our individual rigid sense of a me softens, we drop into this profound openness. Many of you have experienced moments of this oneness. Maybe when you're watching a magnificent sunrise, or maybe when you're holding your sleeping baby in your arms, or maybe when you're meditating or praying. As we move from the physical into the psychological and into interconnectedness, we are moving into increasingly subtle, open, porous ways of experiencing the world. And there aren't rigid boundaries between them, they're confluent. In my experience with my daughter, with my autistic patients, and with my autistic friends, many of them are residing in interconnectedness. They don't have the protective layers that the rest of us have. We recognize this open state in infants, their purity, their innocence, their lack of defenses, their trust and their love. This is actually our natural state. But as we develop an individual sense of a me, we create psychological defenses and layers of protection in order to navigate this sometimes very harsh world. But the autistic people that I know don't have those layers of protection. They retain their natural state of openness, porousness, and purity. They retain what the rest of us lose. And while this exquisite sensitivity and profound openness is a beautiful gift, living in a world where most people are much less sensitive, less open, and disconnected can be incredibly painful for autistic individuals and for their families. What if interconnectedness is what we all are at our core? What if this profound openness is our true nature? My daughter is 16 years old now, and she's here with us today. You might want to guard your pockets on your way out the door. Just kidding. Sachi still absolutely loves pockets, but she no longer puts her hands in strangers' pockets. And I'm no longer trying to teach her to be normal. Thank goodness. In fact, I love her uniquenesses and quirks. Her autism has been the greatest gift of my life. From my perspective, autism is a gift to all of us. My daughter expanded my ability to experience the world beyond the physical and the psychological. Most importantly, Sachi and many other autistic individuals teach us about living from the place of deep connection and love that we all long for. My favorite poet, Rumi, said, "Your task is not to seek for love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it." Thank you very much.
When Elise Tess-Jones steps up to the mic, you can feel it.
A powerhouse vocalist and former American Idol finalist, that's right. Elise fuses rock, soul, and raw emotion into a sound that is all heart and all fire.
That's right. And
That's
we
right.
both had the pleasure of working with her. She's also a good friend of ours.
Good friend.
Y'all put your hands together for Elise Tess-Jones.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Those are my friends. Give another hand to them. Come on, Sandrina and Steven. I'm gonna play 2 songs for you today. This first one is the first song I ever released, and the second song will be the most recent song I've written. And I think that the big difference here is accepting who you are, all the pain, all the good, all the bad, all the ugly. So in the first song, you can tell I'm more guarded and talking about hiding my feelings. And in the last song, it's more of a let's go for it. It's not procrastinating to look into your heart and face your emotions and what you're going through. And that's what the second song is more about. The first one's called I Will Not Break. I will not break. I will not bend. No. Oh, but I can pretend that I'm not down to keep you around. I will not fall. I will stand tall through it all, just so you can see the strongest parts of me. Do you know? Does it show? I'm trying hard to hold back. I can't run down, chasing you around. My heart is under attack. Said it's under attack. I will not break. I will not bend. No. Oh, but I can pretend that I'm not awake. Do you know? Does it show? I'm trying hard to hold back. I can't run down, chasing you around. My heart is under attack. Said it's under attack. Oh. I will not break. I will not bend. No. But I can pretend that I'm not awake. Oh, I can pretend that I'm not awake. Oh, I can pretend that I'm not awake. Oh, I can pretend that I'm not awake. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Just got to tune real quick because the temperature likes to change the guitar tuning. Fun fact. This is always the fun part, tuning. All right. This next one is brand new, not even recorded yet. It's called Until I Fly. And I need the pick. Thank you. Turning pages on the shore and just kind of ignoring responsibility. Well, you can say that it's immature, but I'm all for confronting what's inside of me. Oh, I can tell you Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.
One more time for Elise Testone. That's my friend. That's my friend. Question. What if the enemy of jobs isn't AI? But what if AI is the enemy of your thinking? Sol Rashidi is a data strategist, and she's a trailblazer in the tech world, and she's here to challenge us to use our minds, not just our machines, and make sure we protect what really makes us human. TEDxCharleston, Sol Rashidi.
Did you know our brains could rust? Just like metal left out in the rain or a muscle unused. If neglected, it erodes. And that's exactly what's happening to our brains right now. And we are actually proliferating our own brain rust. Let me give you some fun little examples. Next time you hop in your car and you use GPS to get you to your destination, you plug in your address, it says turn right, you turn right. It says turn left, you turn left. When you arrive at your destination, put your car in park and see if you can retrace your steps there. You can't, and it's unlikely because you have outsourced your focus and your recollection to your device. All right, here's another one. Next time you use the restroom and you take your phone with you, gross, I know, but it happens to be the #1 location we actually take our phones. So you properly sit and you decide, I'm just gonna mindlessly scroll for a minute. And before you know it, your bum kind of hurts. Oh my, it's been 32 minutes. That's 1,920 seconds where your brain went numb, in addition to other body parts. Or those fun safety features on your car. The front camera, the back camera, it even buzzes when you get too close to an object. Well, get into a rental car without those safety features. Have you tried parallel parking? Could you even change lanes without a little bit of panic? It's unlikely. Now, these are small, simple examples of what's occurring in your daily life. But imagine the big ones that are going unnoticed. It's slow, it's sneaky. Because unfortunately, we as a civilization, as a population, have now prioritized quickness over quality, ease over experience, speed over substance. Now, artificial intelligence is learning 1% every day based off the World Wide Web. My question to you right now is, are you growing 1% a day? It's unlikely. And it doesn't matter where you are in the journey, the fact of the matter is, and what I'm here to share with you today, is to bring some awareness and some consciousness that our brains are rusting. And that you have to really consider the value you're going to bring in the future workforce that artificial intelligence is redefining in real time. Because it's not a matter of if it's going to impact you, it's actually a matter of when. My name is Sol Rashidi, and 14 years ago, I helped launch the world's first artificial intelligence product that the workforce had ever seen. And it was 2011 when Watson, the machine, beat Ken Jennings, the man, in a televised version of Jeopardy. The world was in awe. Machine beat man for the first time. And that was when we were ready to take Watson to market. And I was there. And over the course of 14 years, I've held several C-suite positions and executive positions for Fortune 100s, building and developing these capabilities, leveraging data, advanced analytics, robotics, and artificial intelligence. And I am so grateful for my career. I'm an author, I have patents, but the best part of it is I had a front row seat of watching the evolution of artificial intelligence. It's brilliant, it's magnificent, but it's also coming to us so fast and we don't even know it. It's also coming to us at a cost, and we're not even aware of it. And worst, we're actually not even prepared for it. Now, you may hear stories of how artificial intelligence could summarize notes. And yeah, that's true. But it can actually create graphic images that would take graphic designers weeks to generate in minutes. It can actually generate content in seconds that would take influencers days. It could provide you insights in hours that used to take the best data scientists months. That's how fast it's going. And it doesn't matter if AI is a part of your life, like myself, or if you're just tinkering and dabbling with a few tools like ChatGPT, or if you are avoiding it because you don't get it, you don't understand it, and you want nothing to do with it. I get that too. But the fact of the matter remains, our preservation depends on our ability to think critically, think deeply, and problem solve. And if you're still not convinced, the World Economic Forum said that by the end of 2025, 80 million jobs will be displaced. Folks, that is 7 months away. Goldman Sachs estimates by the end of 2030, 300 million jobs will be impacted. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 4.5 years away. And unless you plan on retiring in the next 4 years, your kids, your nieces, your nephews, your cousins, you will be impacted. Now, apologies, it's not all doomsday. There is good news in all this, I promise. And the good news is, while AI is redefining the workforce, well, with redefinition comes reinvention, and with reinvention comes opportunity. And we actually have the opportunity to capitalize on that as individuals, as a society, and as a community at large. And you may feel like you can't do anything about it, but you actually can. And what you can start doing is prioritizing mastery over meaningless motion, prioritizing curiosity over convenience. And I'm going to give you 2 examples that are really, really important. In 2023, the entertainment industry was at a crossroads with AI. The Writers Guild of America and the Screen Actors Guild, they actually protested, and they went on protest for quite a bit of time. In addition to that, they went as so far as to file lawsuits against 2 major AI companies because those AI companies had trained their AI models based on their intellectual property, their work, and without getting authorization. Well, we all know amazing shows like Ted Lasso. The storyline, the characters, the plot twist, the engagement, our attachment can never be generated by algorithmic outputs, but by human inputs and expressions. So they went as far to put in guardrails to protect their thinking, the very thing they need for their longevity in the workforce. In reverse, in contrast, let me share with you an example that happened to me a few weeks ago. I was in an Uber going to the airport like I normally usually do, and we were on the highway, and the app got a little bit glitchy. And the Uber driver started simply tapping, hoping it would unglitch, I think. But what was simple tapping turned into like frantic slamming. And I was like, okay, I'm fearing my safety here. And in my head, I was like, there's probably a dozen ways we could solve this problem. Well, I could enter the address into Google Maps, get that, or I could look up, because there were signs in the highway of this way to the airport. So I said, sir, don't worry, I know how to get to the airport. Not because I'd memorized it, I literally just looked up and read the signs. And I got us there. And I share with you these 2 examples, and they may seem drastic and in contrast, but that's actually what's happening right now. We have a massive bifurcation in the way we are approaching thinking. And that is just the reality of it. And so what I want to do today is share with you 4 simple ways to start your journey to be more conscientious about your daily choices so that 1, yes, you avoid brain rust, but 2, you find relevancy and you can provide value in the future workforce that's being redefined with artificial intelligence. First, know when to use AI and when not to use AI. If you are a master of your craft, if you are a subject matter expert, absolutely use artificial intelligence to amplify, expedite, facilitate the work that you're doing. It is a supercharger. But if you are learning a craft, if you are learning a discipline, do not use artificial intelligence to do the work for you. It is not meant to bypass the learning process or short-circuit the learning process. If you happen to be a student in college and you use ChatGPT to write your essay for you, you are robbing yourself of the ability to learn how to storytell, how to influence, how to write narration and flow, and the process of revisions. If you're a software developer, computer scientist, and you use artificial intelligence to write your code for you, well, if you're not good at code, how can you spot bad code? You can't. So, know when to use AI and know when not to. All right, second, can we please make common sense common again? Yeah. Here's a fun little story. The infamous Stephen Schultz, a lawyer who used ChatGPT to do some research on court cases to prove his point when he was going to go into court the next day. And when he showed up in court, he cited 2 cases to defend his client. The judge called him out. He practiced good discernment and judgment, said those 2 cases don't exist. And he was right. Because Stephen Schultz, the lawyer, by the way, whose job is forensics, did not verify or validate, and he cited 2 hallucinations of AI in court to defend his lawyer. Could you imagine if he was your lawyer? What if we all did this? Or my favorite, a woman had typed into one of the AI models, "How do I avoid cheese from sliding off my pizza?" AI responded, "Add Elmer's glue to mozzarella." And it sounds so simple. And of course, we know, because we've actually grown up in an age where we've had to apply critical thinking. But I have 2 beautiful, brilliant children, 7 and 9. They are growing up digitally native. Would they actually know? Again, a silly little example. But if a lawyer can do it, imagine what's going to happen to the rest of the generations. So let's make common sense, good judgment, common again. The third, let's have happy hours and stop having appy hours. Put your phones away. And I know it sounds simple in nature. It's not. It took me 4 months to break the habit of reaching for my phone to see if I got a text, a WhatsApp, a work email, a personal email. I was even phantom reaching sometimes. My hand wasn't even going there, but I was thinking of going there. And I only ask you this, not so that you're present and so you're full of focus, but we are actually losing mental dexterity when it comes to our EQ and SQ, our emotional quotient and our social quotient. So the reason I'm asking you to practice this, because your emotional quotient is what allows you to sit in front of someone, and you ask a friend, you ask a colleague, "Are you okay?" Like, "Yeah, it's great," but something tells you they're not. And maybe you should follow up with them afterwards and ask them how they're really doing. It's that intuition, it's that thing in our gut that has been sanitized over years. You got to strengthen it back up again. Or our social quotient, our SQ. Your ability to actually listen without wanting to respond. Your ability to actually share an example and bring others along. These sound simple, but they're not. And we're losing that ability. And we're kind of getting rude at the same time. So start having happy hours and less appy hours. And last, I leave you with the fact that, well, I would suggest we consume less, create more, and engage in deeper thinking. Try lucid dreaming. Try journaling without an agenda. Go for a walk without your headphones. Try cooking without a recipe. Re-engage your ability to focus and flow. Because quite frankly, we are so busy staying busy, we actually don't give our brains the space and time to realign and reflect. And so what we need to do is allow our subconscious and our conscious to connect and interlock so we can process all the information that day, that week, that month, so that we can allow more aha moments, brilliant moments come to life. In summary, just know that it doesn't matter where you are in your journey, but we have a short window of time to course correct. Artificial intelligence was created for us to outsource our tasks, not to outsource our thinking. It was meant to fuel our learning, not short-circuit it. Use artificial intelligence to supercharge your ingenuity and your creativity. Make it empower you, not displace you. So, if there's one thing you can do today, when you do walk away, make an oath to yourself of next time you're in the bathroom or GPS, or you read something on the internet. Apply common sense. Know when AI is good for you and when it's not good for you. Re-engage with your peers and colleagues, kids and family. Don't stay busy for the sake of staying busy. Practice boredom. And ask yourself, am I engaging critically and deeply? Because your future depends on your value that you're able to bring in the future of this new workforce that's being redefined by artificial intelligence and automation. And it's coming fast and it's coming furious. Thank you.
I love it. I love it. I like when she said, practice boredom. I like that. You never know what someone is going through just by looking at them. Journalist, author, and lupus warrior Marissa Zapiri opens our eyes to the world of invisible illness and asks us to lead with empathy, awareness, and compassion. Everybody give it up for Marissa Zapiri.
There is a sound that I will never forget. And it's this incredible roaring of an engine and this crunching of metal and this thud when my body hit the pavement. You see, 24 years ago today, on this very date, a pickup truck that was speeding around 55 miles an hour, well, it crashed into my body when I crossed the street one night. And as horrific as that event was, I can tell you, I discovered a silver lining through it all. And I know that that might sound weird, but that event actually answered a question I had been asking for 15 years at that point, since I was a child. But to really understand my childhood, we have to go back just a little bit to the 1980s. My absolute favorite decade ever. So picture it with me. We've got big hair and Aquanet. You've got your boombox, and Jesse's Girl is playing in the background. I'm 8 years old, and my mom says, Marissa, we are moving from New York City to a place called Paradise. Paradise, also known as Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And it truly was paradise. There were sunshine and beaches everywhere. But sadly, even paradise had its price, because shortly after we moved there, we realized I wasn't like the other kids around me. You see, that Florida blazing sun, it loved my friends. It kissed their skin. It left them glowing. But me? I mean, you see me, right? No. That sun wanted to punish me. And it would leave me with sores in my scalp and my mouth and these unexplainable fevers and rashes, and it would put me in bed for days. And clearly, something wasn't right. So from the time I was 8 until I was in college, we searched for answers in countless doctor's offices, but the problem was my symptoms were so random and they were impossible to pin down that the doctors would often leave me with, oh, it's just sunstroke, Marissa. That rash, it's just your allergies. And Mom, she just needs to sleep more. And I would leave those doctors' offices feeling so small and silenced. But inside, my body was screaming and it was begging to be heard. But that's the thing. When your health is dismissed over and over and over again by the people that you trust the most in your life, your family and your friends and even your doctors, you start to feel really invisible. So I finally just said, Marissa, you just got to suck it up and you need to suffer in silence. And you need to stop asking doctors what's wrong. And so that's what I did, but little did I know that that answer was going to literally come crashing into me through that truck. See, when I was in the hospital recovering from absolutely catastrophic injuries, well, all the random symptoms I had growing up, man, they all wanted to come to the hospital party at one time, and they even brought a friend along with them this time in the form of a small stroke. Suddenly, everyone was paying attention to my body. And it wasn't my allergies, and it wasn't sunstroke, and it wasn't the fact that I needed to sleep more. So tube after tube of blood was taken, and within a matter of days now, I had the answer. Marissa, you have lupus. Lupus, I said. See, I knew how dangerous the disease was because I had just learned about it in nursing school. But in that moment, that actual moment of knowing when it feels so tangible, after you have questioned your own body for years, that moment of diagnosis, it is bittersweet. And it is a collision of devastation and relief. And when I look back on that moment, oh, it is so obvious because those symptoms I had, those are classic textbook symptoms of lupus. If you're not familiar with what lupus is, it is a potentially fatal chronic inflammatory autoimmune disease, and I know that's a lot. We often look fine on the outside, but inside our body is waging war with a variety of symptoms like fever, fatigue, and rashes and small strokes, and even organ failure and death. And what doctors use to help us are things like steroids that no one likes, old chemo drugs, and a variety of IV medications that essentially shut our immune system off. Some patients even get dialysis or have an organ transplant. And you might be familiar with singer Selena Gomez. Well, she had a kidney transplant a few years ago because of complications from the disease. You see, millions of men and women around the world live with lupus. And if we look at just the United States, did you know that 1 in 3 people have at least one chronic illness? So technically, that's you or the person to your left or right. And if we look even deeper at just autoimmune disease, it is wild that in today's day and age with our technology, it is still taking 5 or more years for someone to get accurately diagnosed. Let's put that into perspective for a second, okay? Show me, how many of you have had COVID or the flu for a few weeks and you felt awful? Imagine being sick for 5 or more years. No one believes you, and you don't even know what it's called. Today, when I describe lupus to people, I often say this. Imagine the most ferocious guard dog that you can think of, okay? You have him in your mind? But that guard dog, he's attacking his own house. And man, he is enthusiastic as all get out, but he is completely missing the point. You see, my body, instead of seeing its own tissues and organs as safe, it sees them as foreign, and it wants to viciously attack. Bottom line is, my immune system, it gets it wrong. And as someone that has lived with an invisible illness now for most of her life, I have given a lot of thought to perception and how not everything we perceive is based in truth. Sometimes even we get it wrong. Now, I know humans are creatures that love to judge just about everything. I mean, come on, that's why The Real Housewives has been around for how many seasons now? But not all judgment is bad. I mean, our brain is literally designed and wired to make these instantaneous judgments and let us know, are we safe? Do we need to flee right now? And our brain uses visual cues all around us to make sense of things. So if we see someone limping or we see someone in a wheelchair, we might automatically think illness, sickness, injury, and we adjust our empathy and our expectations accordingly. But here's my question. What if there is no visual cue? What if someone doesn't look sick? How do we judge then? And let's talk about our own judgment and our own bias, because we all do, we all have it. And be honest, when I walked out on stage today, did you think I was sick? You might be skeptical. You might be thinking, oh, I mean, Marissa, how bad could it be? You put on a dress, you're doing a TED Talk. And to that, I would say this is why there is a battle cry among everyone living with an invisible illness, whether it is lupus or long-haul COVID or MS and Lyme and fibro, and the list goes on and on and on. Because what you see when you look at us in a split second, it tells you nothing about what we live with every single day. In that moment, you don't see our symptoms, and you don't hear those vocal arrows that are hurled in our direction that often sound like, well, you're sick because you still want to be sick. Or they're just lazy, they don't want to work. And even if you had prayed harder, you would have been healed by now. See, I've prayed really, really hard. And when we make those types of statements to and about people, they're not just emotionally devastating. And I will tell you, they sting for years after they're said to someone. They're also really dangerous because it questions someone's reality and their honesty and their worth, and it isolates people, and none of us want to feel isolated. But the good news is there is a way past all of this judgment that is out there in this world, and it is through curiosity. See, curiosity is a powerful antidote to judgment because it rips us out of that judgment zone and it puts us right into someone else's story. Curiosity swings open this door to connecting and understanding another human. Perhaps if my doctors had been just a little more curious years ago, who knows? Maybe I wouldn't have suffered for 15 years. See, we don't need you to feel our symptoms. We just want you to see us and be more curious. So if you're wondering, how can I do this every day? Consider this. Have you ever had someone in front of you in line and they're moving so slow, you are about to lose your mind, and you're looking at them because they look fine and it doesn't make sense? Or have you ever gotten really mad because someone parked in the handicap spot and maybe you rolled down your window and you even said something to them because your brain was screaming, you don't look handicapped enough for me? See, those everyday moments that we all get, Those are really powerful invitations to kick judgment to the curb and to get curious. Ask yourself in that moment, I wonder what I'm not seeing about this person's story. I wonder how hard they must struggle every single day. And you can even ask, I wonder how I can help. Because when we get curious about people, we can start taking action. You know, after I was diagnosed, I really wanted to help people. It's part of the reason why I went to nursing school. So I started a nonprofit, and I wrote a memoir, and did a podcast, and did all of these things to raise awareness, because I wanted other lupus warriors to know you don't just have to barely survive every day, but you can thrive, and you can still reach your dreams. And I have a heart for those that are in college, and probably because I never got to finish. And I know how hard it is to be so sick and to be in college and going through treatments, and treatments that can cost up to $50,000 a year. So through action and generous donors, we've been able to give away 19 college scholarships so far. See, when we get curious about people and we add compassion and action to that equation, man, that's the moment. That's the moment that you can change someone's life. So moving forward, let curiosity be the thing that leads you every day with people. Because together, we can create a world where invisible illness is met with visible compassion, and a world where no one's suffering has to wait years or decades, or even has to be hit by a truck to finally be believed. Thank you.
As a transplant surgeon, Dr. Joe Scalia has given over 1,000 people another shot at life. But what he's learned from his patients goes far beyond the medicine. He's learning about what it takes for life to be worth living in the first place. TEDxCharleston, Dr. Joe Scalia.
I had been down that hall 1,000 times. She had just signed the paperwork, all that legalese, the risks that we talk about. With the resident in tow, that's the junior surgeon, we walked towards the operating room. My surgical scrubs, which had carried me into so many operations before, pulled up in front of that automated glass door. And seamlessly it opened. I inhaled that odor of sterility, the cleaning solution we smell in the operating room. It was cold, 65, 67 degrees like it usually is. I put on my left glove, right glove, adjusted the lights. Time out. That's a process that we have before surgery where we make sure everybody's on the same page. And I do what we normally do. I rattled off blood pressure requirements. Don't forget the anti-rejection medicines, just like we normally do. Scalpel, 10-blade, incision. Suture, we first focused on the vein, 1 millimeter. Robotically, another millimeter, another millimeter. Onto the artery, 1 millimeter, another millimeter. Suturing just like we'd always done before. We took the clamps off, blood rushes in, blood rushes out. We focused briefly on the bladder. Great job today, guys. We did it again, 70 minutes. Business as usual. That is the transplant of a human organ. I am privileged to be a transplant surgeon. I get to care for people with organ failure, people who are dying of heart failure, liver failure, and kidney failure. Kidney failure is by far the most common disease that we treat. 1 in 7 people has kidney disease. As many as 2 million Americans could likely benefit from a kidney transplant, and 100,000 people right now are listed for that gift of life. Near miraculously, that operation works almost 100% of the time. That level of precision has taken decades of innovation and individually thousands of hours of training. For me, I got to do a lot of that training in chilly Wisconsin. Getting on small airplanes, negative 20 degrees at 2 o'clock in the morning, to fly to a small hospital and hold the hand of a mother who had just lost a child so that we could recover organs and get back on that plane and travel to the transplant center where we would hold the hand of another mother whose child had just received the call that they were going to get the gift of life. I've performed more than 1,000 transplants. And certainly there are a lot of doctors who have transplanted more. And when I first began, every transplant was just unadulterated enthusiasm and emotion. And over time, that has waned. Not because the operation is less valuable, because it's something that we just do every day. I've been very fortunate to run 2 very large transplant programs. And in an administrative role, our team was tasked with overseeing the revision of a consent form and consent process. How boring is that? But I thought to myself, what's the big deal? I got this. I could practically do this in my sleep. So I went through the form, line by line, word by word, all those risks and percentages that we quote for the surgery. And I did it, and we certainly got through the work. And as I poured through it, page by page, word by word, something was missing. Something was gnawing at me. Certainly we got through it, but I couldn't kick it. Something was off. I found myself the next day in the preoperative suite. Kidney transplant 1001. And we went through it. We went through the percentages and the legalese. And she signed the form. And then I found myself sitting on the corner of her bed, looking eye to eye, face to face, with a 65-year-old woman who was staring down death. And I knew immediately what was missing. It was her. And I said, "Ma'am, why are we doing surgery today?" And she looked at me with a pause and cocked her head to the side, and she said, "You're the doctor, right?" And I said, yeah, I'm the doctor. "But why are we doing this?" She said, "Because I need a kidney transplant." And I said, yeah, I got that part. We had a kidney part. But why? And she said, "Because I'm on dialysis." That's that therapy that we use to clean the blood of patients that are waiting for a transplant, hoping to get that gift of life, worrying, will they ever get a shot? I said, I know that you're on dialysis, but why are we going to do the transplant? She said, "Because I want to come off dialysis." I said, "Why?" She said, "Because I want to live." And I said, "Why?" And it was in that moment that life just showed up. Because I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. You see, I got two grandkids. They're in Tennessee. I can't see them. I'm nervous I'm going to get sick. He's 10. He plays soccer. She's 7. She plays the piano. I really want to get there, but I don't want to miss my shot, and I don't want to get sick. We headed to the operating room again. My clogs pulled up against that door, and it opened. Left glove, right glove, lights. Time out. But instead of rattling off the blood pressure medications, we paused. I looked to the left, I looked to the right, looking over my surgical glasses. I said, "Time out. We have a mother. We have a grandmother. You see, she's got 2 grandkids. He plays soccer. She plays the piano. They live in Tennessee and she can't get there. And because we are here today, we are going to send her to Tennessee." Hell yeah, we are, from anesthesia. Oh my God, that's so great, from nursing. Music up to 120%. Let's get this thing done. Today, we are going to Tennessee. I have now asked this question of more than 100 patients. And I bet you'd like to know what they say. I've heard many things. A 58-year-old woman looked at me. I said, why are we doing this transplant? And she said, Zella, and this is going to last me 28 years. And I said, this kidney will last you 28 years with that attitude. Who is Zella? She said, Zella's my granddaughter. Zella just turned 2. And I told Zella she's not allowed to get married until she's 30. And God willing, I'm going to be at that wedding. I said, absolutely. Friends and family. Another time I looked at a 55-year-old man, very serious, and I said, sir, why are we doing this transplant? And with all seriousness, he looked me in the face. He said, work. I'm here to work. I take care of my kids. I'm going to send them to college. I pay the mortgage. That's what I do. He's important to himself and to his family and to everybody in this room because he is the forklift driver for the boxes of powdered cheese that have graced every Cheeto you've ever eaten. But work was important to him through purpose. A 72-year-old woman, I was looking at her right before surgery. I said, why are we doing this? And I knew the answer. I knew it. She was going to say her grandkids. They always do. And she's the grandmother we all know. She's about 72. She looks like she ought to be in a rocking chair with like a doily and like the lemonade. And I said, I'll bet this is going to be the grandkids. I said, man, why are we doing this transplant? She got a big grin. She said, Vegas, baby. She was going to take her girlfriends on a trip to Vegas. Experiencing the world. 11:30 at night in the preoperative suite, it's cool and it's calm and there are very few lights on. I found my patient nearing midnight under a single light in the corner of the preoperative area, and I went up to his bed. He was 35, way too young to be in my care. Dimly lit, late at night, I pulled up to his bed. I said, sir, why are we doing this transplant? He said, praise God. I said, that's very powerful. I'm Mom! From the corner of the room, I tried to peer around the light, and somewhere between all the linens and the drapes, I saw Mom silhouetted in the corner. She said, I'm Mom. He's my son. And he's a singer. That's how he praises God. He praises God at the church. And I looked back at him and said, is that true? That's beautiful. He said, yeah, that is true. And he was quite embarrassed that his mother was bragging about him. And it was in that moment that a hush came over the preoperative suite as he delivered the most beautiful rendition of Amazing Grace to everyone that was in that preoperative suite. And there was not a dry eye on the surgical team in that preoperative suite, or I think in the entire city of Charleston. You see, in reflection, diving into the lives of all of these people who are facing death with uncertainty, but then get another shot, is a unique experience on asking ourselves, what are the reasons to live? And when I reflect on each of them, it strikes me that they only fall into one of 4 categories. Friends and family, experiencing the world through travel, purpose through work, and God. Now, this is an interesting list. It's interesting for the things that are on it and for the things that are not on it. One of them is work. How many people would say, man, I live to work? Well, I challenge you. That's a luxury. And until that is taken away, your ability to generate purpose in the world may not be that clear. Separately, every person knows. Everyone knows why they want to live. And that's very powerful. So you may be asking yourself, I'm not a transplant surgeon, I'm not a nurse or a care provider. Does this matter to me? Oh, it does. Are you a coach? Are you a parent? Are you a dad? Are you a student? Do you own a business? Are you a leader? If the decisions that you're making in life aren't tracking towards one of those 4, take a step back and ask yourself, is this the right choice or is it not? As we wrap up an incredible day and evening of impressive talks for each of the incredible speakers on this incredible stage, I'd like you all now to please close your eyes, including my children over here. Close them. Take a deep breath and ask yourself, what is my reason to live? Thank you very much.
Dr. Joe Scalia, everybody.
That's right.
Everybody still hanging in there? All right, all right. Hi, Mom. All right. All right, everybody. So we've reached the end of this amazing day.
That's
you guys
right.
give it up for yourselves. For sticking it out all day long.
That's
what
right.
an amazing, enlightening, informative day, right?
It's been great.
How many of you guys are leaving here today knowing something that you didn't know when you came? That's the purpose of TEDxCharleston.
That's the purpose.
Right? Absolutely. So we want to do some thank yous, first off. We want to say thank you so much once again to you all.
That's right.
Right?
Thank you.
We want to say thank you so much to our sponsors. We have so many generous sponsors to make this show happen today. We want to say thank you to all the volunteers.
Every last one. They were wonderful.
From
Thank you.
back there to up there
That's
to
right.
backstage.
Tech
Crew,
Crew,
absolutely.
everyone's so
Jimmy,
amazing.
I wish we could name them all. McLean, thank you. I see your
That's
lit up
right.
face right there.
All the coaches, the coaching
Yes.
staff.
That's
Thank
right.
you to the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
To every performer.
Yes.
To every presenter.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, can we put our hands together for every presenter today?
Yes.
You guys have done such an amazing job.
Phenomenal.
We really appreciate your stories.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
And we have. She was feeling a little, she said she felt a little weird being in the audience, so we want to bring her on stage.
Right. This is home for her.
That's right, that's right.
LB Adams, everybody.
Yes. We just want to say thank you for allowing us
Right.
to not be you,
Right.
but to take your spot on this stage. So we're just super grateful for you paving the way for us.
Absolutely.
You've been so phenomenal in this entire process, and TEDx would not be what it is without you.
Right. Right. Right.
So
We love you.
Thank you
So we have something
Absolutely.
special for
Yes.
you. We just wanted to let you know that we love you.
Yes.
And we appreciate you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for
Yes.
everything that you've done. We have sat, Zandrina and I, we have sat behind stage and watched you work and create
Yes.
your magic on these stages.
Yes.
Thank you so much for allowing us to have this opportunity. We could never fill your shoes.
That's right.
But thank you for all that you do.
I don't
Yeah.
even know what to say. Thank you so much.
Don't say it.
Oh my God, I'm
We
just
love
gonna
you.
fall and
Don't do it. Round of applause for LB Adams, everyone. We love you.
We love you. All right. Oh.
Aw.
Come here, LB, group hug. Come on.
Come on.
Man, thank you.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Thank you so much, Stephen.
Stephen and I are going to share these.
Yeah, I'll
okay?
take one. I'll take one.
Oh, that's
Thank
so
you.
sweet.
Well,
All right,
it
come
is
on.
about that time. We
That's
are
right.
getting ready to leave this place, but we are not leaving the way we are right now. We have something else for us. We have such a special surprise for you.
That's right. We're going to get ready for an experience that blends rhythm, roots, and storytelling.
Soleil Entertainment brings West African dance, Gullah culture, and gospel spirit. They bring it together to close our evening with joy, power, and movement that you will feel in your soul. So without further ado, we're going to turn this over to them. But before we do that, listen, there's an after party,
Yes.
and we want you to be there. So let them know where it is.
We have something to celebrate, right?
That's right.
I know we do. This has been an amazing process. So we're going to be meeting at Share House.
That's right.
And it's not far. You guys can put on your walking shoes if you don't have them already. you can just walk over there and come celebrate with us. Say hey to the speakers, the performers, and meet somebody that you didn't know.
That's right.
All right? So without further ado, y'all give it up one more time for Soleil Entertainment.
We'll see you next year.
Thank you so much.
The first modern humans, Homo sapiens, originated in Africa, traveling across the 6 continents and evolving into diverse demographics. We are the ancestors of the Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, German, English, Russians, and as Africans migrated from Egypt to the Carolinas. We trace our roots back to Kemet, also known as Ethiopia or Kush. Before ships and chains, there was a people who danced with the earth and communicated through drum beats. The Igala kingdom in Nigeria was strong, spiritual, and rooted in tradition. Through storms and through broken homes, lost names, they arrived on the shores of South Carolina, carrying not belongings, but their rhythm, stories, spirit, expertise, intelligence, and artistry and resilience.
When I call on you, Geechee, I was amazed by your beauty, 'cause since you came around, don't you know I walk around with my head held high, and I wonder what's more to learn.
That spirit became the soul of the Gullah. The people are still here, proud, creative, and barrier breaking. Today we honor that sacred journey from Igala to the Gullah shores, from the islands from then to now. This is our tribute, our truth, and our testimony in movement, music, and memory.
Gal, where you for go?
The Gullah language, yes, a blend of African, English, and Creole influences, served as the secret code. Just like the code songs, they sang both powerfully. They were tools of communication, carrying hidden messages of freedom, unity, and resistance. Together, they helped preserve their culture and their spirit, passing down strength through generations. And Hannah Chillin would sing songs like
Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry we home. Sweet love, sweet chariot, coming for to carry we home. I looked over yonder, and what did I see? Coming for to carry we home. A band of angels coming after we, coming for to carry we home. Why don't you swing down, chariot, stop and let me ride home? Swing down, chariot, stop and let me ride. Oh, rock me, Lord, come and easy. I've got home on the other side. I've got a home, you got a home, you got a home. Over yonder, I've got a home, I've got a home, I've got a home. We'll shout hallelujah, we'll sing to his glory, we'll sing to Jesus on the other side. Yeah, side.
We came down the water. 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 We came down the water on the east coast of the Atlantic Ocean. We had came down the water. We had came down the water. Father, sons, and daughters, Gullah Geechee and culture. We had came down the water. We had came down the water. Stolen from our freedom. So whipped and beaten. We had came down the water. Y'all good right here?